clothes, boys are all in the porn. To me rollicking randy dandy, oh. Heave a pole, heave away, way, hey, roll and go. The anchor's on board and the cable's all stored. To be rollicking randy dandy, oh. Hey. Soon we'll be warping her out through the locks, way, hey, roll and go. Where the pretty young girls all come down in their frocks. To be rollicking randy dandy, oh. Heave a pole, heave away, hey, hey, roll and go. The anchor's on board and the cable's all stored. To be rollicking randy dandy, oh. Come breast the bars, bullies, heave her away, way, hey, roll and go. Soon we'll be rolling her down through the bay. To be rollicking randy dandy, oh. Heave a pole, heave away, way, hey, roll and go. The anchor's on board and the cable's all stored. To be rollicking randy dandy, oh.
In Amsterdam there lived a maid, mark well what I do say. In Amsterdam there lives a maid, and she was mistress of her trade. I'll go no more a-roving with you, fair maid. A-roving, since roving's been my ruin. I'll go no more a-roving with you, fair maid. I asked this maid to take a walk, mark well what I do say. I asked this maid out for a walk, that we might have some private talk. I go no more a-roving with you, fair maid. A-roving, since roving's been my ruin. I'll go no more a-roving with you, fair maid. Then a great big Dutchman rammed my bow, mark well what I do say. For a great big Dutchman rammed my bow and said, young man, dies is mijn vrouw. I'll go no more a-roving with you, fair maid. A-roving, since roving's been my ruin. I'll go no more a-roving with you, fair maid. Then take fair warning, boys, from me, mark well what I do say. So take a warning, boys, from me, with other men's wives don't make too free. I'll go no more a-roving with you, fair maid. A-roving, since roving's been my ruin. I'll go no more a-roving with you, fair maid.
I thought I heard the old man say, leave her, Johnny, leave her. Tomorrow ye will get your pay, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is long and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her. Oh, the wind was foul and the sea ran high. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. She shipped it green and none went by, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is long and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her. I hate to sail on this rotten tub. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. No grog allowed and rotten grub, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is long and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her. We swear by our oath for want of more. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. But now we're through, so we'll go on shore, and it's time for us to leave her.
Whiskey's the life of man. Whiskey, Johnny. Oh, whiskey's the life of man. Whiskey for my Johnny, oh. I drink whiskey when I can. Whiskey, Johnny. I drink it out of an old tin can. Whiskey for my Johnny, oh. Whiskey gave me a broken nose. Whiskey, Johnny. Whiskey made me pawn my toes. Whiskey for my Johnny, oh. Whiskey drove me around Cape Horn. Whiskey, Johnny. It was many a month when I was gone. Whiskey for my Johnny, oh. I thought I heard the old man say, whiskey, Johnny. I'll treat my crew in a decent way. Whiskey for my Johnny, oh. A glass of grog for every man. Whiskey, Johnny. And a bottle for the shanty man. Whiskey for my Johnny, oh.
Hello, hello, hello. I don't know about any of y'all, but I could use a glass of whiskey right now, to be perfectly honest. We are in quite the pickle. Quite the pickle. Alright, let's see if I can remember how to do this. It's only been a couple weeks since I streamed, but there we go. Hello, 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 everyone. All of you beautiful people. Tegan, Meat Popsicle 86, Robin Erdikos, I hope I pronounced that right. Appreciate you guys being here. Yeah, there's whiskey and cigars. I need a whiskey and a cigar right now, for real. Like, I'm just... Today has been an interesting day, as we're going to get into all of that. And I apologize, it took me a while. I got those little, for those of you who've played Assassin's Creed Black Flag, you probably recognize some of those sea shanties. And let me know, by the way, guys, if my audio's good. I'm going to check it right now, but... Yeah. Yeah, hey, Elliot. That is the vibe right now, my friend, unfortunately. Yeah. I'm gonna get into it. I don't wanna jump too far ahead of myself, but yeah, Mr. Evil 37, Elliot, hope you're doing well, brother. Thank you for being here. I thought those sounded familiar. Are you planning on playing the remaster? I'd like to, if I can find the time for it. All that I've got to say, really, just waiting for the final word at this point. Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm gonna kind of get into that, Elliot, and kind of what I'm thinking. But I feel like the original was great, but I don't need to play it again. Yeah, no, I agree to a certain extent. I mean, it's my favorite game in the Assassin's Creed franchise is Black Flag, so I mean, the remaster looks really cool. They have a lot of really interesting improvements that they're adding in there. The combat especially looks like just really interesting, the way they've completely reworked it. But yeah, I mean, if I have the time for it, I'd love to jump in, but there's so many other games that I'm more interested in. And also, it's a remaster of a game that's over 10 years old by this point, so it's not like I have to jump in day one to play it, because I've already played it in 2013 when it came out. So I know about the story. I'm not spoiling myself with the story if I don't play it right now. But anyway, I guess we'll just jump right into it. So in case anyone missed it, Um, there was some news that broke today that is the reason we are all gathered here. I'll buy Black Flag, but I'll save it for a rainy day. Yeah, exactly. So okay, let me rewind a little bit. So a couple of weeks ago, I was here on the channel, and I had a couple of amazing, lovely people join me here as I live streamed the Xbox Showcase for 2026, which, I mean, by all accounts, it was a really good show. I didn't really have any. I mean, aside from the fact that Blade wasn't there at all, which we're gonna get into. It was a good showcase. I enjoyed it for what it was. I thought a lot of the stuff that they showed looked great. Gears of War E-Day looks really solid. I'm very excited about that. Halo Campaign Evolved, I'm still cautiously optimistic is the words that I will use, because I am not a fan of 343 slash Halo Studios or whatever the hell they're calling themselves. And Clockwork Revolution looks great. What else was there? Metro looks really good. That Magicians the Devil's Deal game looks really good too. So yeah, I mean, Xbox, as per usual, they've the past couple of years they've come out and they've really, yeah, I still think it was a good show even with some of the stuff we've learned since. Absolutely, yeah. I think even if we're excluding what we know now, the show itself was good, but there were people who have the inside track in the games industry prior to the showcase who were saying, like, hey, y'all better buckle up because it's good times now, but the bad times, the storm was brewing. The storm was brewing behind the scenes, and we really still, even now, we don't quite know the size or the scope of this hurricane of layoffs and game cancellations and studio closures is going to hit Xbox. We don't know exactly the scope of it, but it's been said publicly by people like Jason Schreier that it's going to be a bloodbath. So anyway, we had the showcase. The showcase was really good, and then news started to come out not even a couple of days later that some of the studios some of the internal first-party Xbox studios are being looked at for layoffs and for studio closures. And some of the names that were very commonly brought up, hey Fark, good to see you, man. Some of the names that were commonly brought up were studios like Ninja Theory, Double Fine, oh god, what was the third one? There was Arcane, obviously, which we're going to talk about. And damn it, who was the other one? It was Double Fine, Ninja Theory, Arcane, and there was a fourth one. I forget which one that was. Let me actually look that up real quick right now. Let's see. Compulsion. That's right. Yeah. Thank you, Elliot. Yeah, Compulsion. So Ninja Theory, the developers who made Hellblade and Hellblade 2, and they announced a brand new game at the showcase, Soooooo, which is like a action-focused spin-off of Hellblade, which by all accounts it looks really good. I've never played a Hellblade game before. I've heard it's an interesting series, but Soooooo looks really cool. And then Compulsion made South of Midnight, which was one of my favorite games last year. I really enjoyed that. Definitely had some flaws, but it was by and large pretty good. And then Double Fine made Kiln and Keeper just recently, which were very small, like sort of side project, AA size in terms of like scope there. Hey Molly. Yeah, I know. We're gonna jump into all that. I'm just kind of setting up the conversation here. So okay, showcase happens. Everybody's like, hey, these are the studios that are being looked at. And obviously Arcane, specifically Arcane Lyon, the branch in France that good to see you. That is working on Marvel's Blade, which was announced several years ago. And the other Arkane studio, Arkane Austin, unfortunately, 2024, they were shuttered by Microsoft and Xbox because Redfall came out, and I don't need to go too far into that. If you've been following me, paying attention to my channel for any extended period of time, you'll know that Redfall was a complete and utter disaster. And that game kind of dominoed into Arkane Austin being shut down. So we got this news that these layoffs were coming, right? And it wasn't even that long after the showcase. So Xbox had built up all of these amazingly good vibes with the showcase, and then immediately swept it under the rug, or rather, as the popular phrase goes, Xbox stepped on a rake, as they typically tend to do. Yeah, Elliot, I feel the exact same way. It's like Whiplash. I feel like we went through this exact same thing last year, and now we're going through it again, and it's just like, I'm so done with it, man. I'm so tired of all of it. But so we had that, and basically ever since the showcase and ever since the news of these layoffs and closures started to come out, we've sort of gotten like itty-bitty pieces of news that have kind of trickled out here and there. We've had people, like big figures in the industry, like Jason Schreier, who has said publicly, again, that this is going to be a bloodbath of people losing their jobs, games being canceled, studios being shuttered. And apparently, this is all in an effort by Asha Sharma and the Xbox leadership team to reset the Xbox business and to refocus their efforts on more of their heavy hitter AAA franchises. So the stuff that we're all familiar with: Fallout, Elder Scrolls, Halo, Gears of War, Forza, Minecraft, Call of Duty, some of the mobile stuff like Candy Crush, Blizzard, so Overwatch, Diablo, World of Warcraft, all of these like heavy hitter IPs, right? Especially Fallout and Elder Scrolls. Those are the two franchises that I think people are really focusing in on. Because people are saying all sorts of things like, oh, you know, if they shutter these studios and lay off all these people, they can put more resources and more effort into pumping out more regular Elder Scrolls and Fallout releases, which is just ridiculous. Because it's like we've been waiting so long, and yeah, I don't know. Anyway, let me catch up on the chat a little bit here, guys, before I continue a little further. The news today has really thrown me off because just this morning I finished watching Rafael Colantonio's series playing through Dishonored 1. Yeah, I still need to finish that series of videos. I haven't actually gotten around to finishing that series yet. But I've really been enjoying it. It's been really interesting to hear people like Rafael and Harvey and a bunch of the other designers and programmers and artists talk about the how the sausage was made, for lack of a better word. That's been really, really interesting to watch and listen to. There's been this recent hype around Dishonored with that viral tweet. I figured the arcane spark would help stoke the fire at Microsoft. Yeah, well, clearly that it stoked some kind of fire in them, but not the fire that we were hoping for. True Robin, you'd also think Xbox having a Marvel game all their own brought to an audience who doesn't get to play Insomniac games would make them want to keep Arcane alive. Exactly. And, you know, everybody's spoken a lot about how Insomniac is basically like a Marvel factory for Sony and PlayStation, but you can't debate the fact that the Spider-Man games have been immensely successful, immensely popular. Wolverine looks hype as fuck. Wolverine is one that I'm super stoked for. I can't wait to play that later this year. And those are all exclusive to the PlayStation ecosystem, right? So you would think that, yeah, absolutely, Lorenzo, they would jump at the chance to... Xbox would, like, jump at the chance to have their own superhero license to to have like be, hey, this is our big superhero exclusive Marvel IP. Blade is just a character that has not had historically a ton of cachet, at least in the public conscious and in the gaming, like the pop culture zeitgeist, just generally speaking. It wasn't until Deadpool and Wolverine came out and Wesley Snipes came back that people remembered like how awesome Blade is as a character, and obviously introduced as a playable character in Marvel Rivals as well. And he was also just recently, for anybody who's excited about Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls, which is a PlayStation fighting game that's coming out in August, I believe. Blade was just announced as a playable character in that. So like Marvel has sort of very gradually been, and then also the Marvel Zombies animated show on Disney Plus, where they have this version of Blade where he's Moon Knight, which was like really weird, but also like really interesting and really cool. So like Marvel has been sort of very gradually easing Blade back into the public consciousness and sort of reminding people like, hey, you remember this guy, like the vampire hunter? And when the Arkane Blade game was announced several years ago, that was also an attempt by them. That was on the 50th anniversary of Blade's creation, his introduction into Marvel Comics. And that was also an opportunity for them to sort of push it in the public consciousness. And I don't understand why State of Decay and Blade aren't part of that equation, but whatever. Yeah, and yeah, State of Decay too, which is one that like I sort of understand that from a business angle. But that game has been in development for far longer than Blade has, and has run into a lot of issues. I think I read or heard that the studio director left in like 2021 or something. So State of Decay 3 has had a very tumultuous dev cycle. Drop any non-AAA games. Eventually, Bethesda will just be Bethesda again. Yeah, so the first part, yes and no. I mean, the whole reason Phil Spencer and Xbox went out and acquired these studios is because they wanted to fill out Game Pass, right? They wanted these smaller AA indie-sized titles as sort of like filler in between the major AAA releases, right? I don't think it's necessary that they have to get rid of all the AA games, but at this point it's like Asha's basically making it seem like they have no other option. Like they're operating at 3% accountability margins, which is just terrible. So Xbox has like barely been treading water. They've had only like their nose up above water. Like everything else has just been slowly drowning for the past couple of years. It's crazy how badly it's been for them just financially in terms of like operating the business and whatnot. And we never knew. None of us had any idea how bad it really was. Although something I haven't heard was that Xbox was in talks to maybe sell Arkane instead. I don't know if that's a thing or not, but God, anything would be better than closing them down. Yeah, 100%. And I don't know. Unfortunately, I don't know anything about there being any sort of discussion. My educated guess is that I have to imagine that Dinga and Sebastian and the Arkane Leon leadership team, they have to be having those conversations with Microsoft. Those conversations have probably been ongoing for a while now, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, so we heard about all of that, and there were some rumors that popped up about Blade and Arkane potentially being shuttered and the game was going to get canceled. One place that I had heard that rumor sort of crop up in a very prevalent way was from if any of you watch Colt Eastwood or his Xbox newscast, he has a guest host on that show called Mag, a middle-aged gamer guy I've never met him, but he seems like a funny guy. He seems pretty chill. But he just recently on a episode of the show claimed that he got some sort of email from an Xbox inside, somebody who had the inside track on like what's going on at Xbox with all the layoffs and the studio closures. And this person basically told him in this email in no uncertain terms that they played a build of Blade just recently and said that it was slow and janky, and basically they said that the game played like shit in no uncertain terms and that the development was not going well at all. But let me see if I can actually get this on the screen for you guys, and I will let you have a listen for yourself. I might have to skip around a little bit to try and get this thing working properly, but let me see here if I can get this. Okay, whoa, jeez. All right, let's do fit to the screen. Okay. All right, and I'm gonna see if I can find this thing here.
Into Xbox Game Studios. Dante, what's your thoughts about Craig Duncan? And people are actually calling like, what the
We're not like
nobody wanted to watch.
Where is it at?
Yeah.
do they have the rights?
You have hours.
Wasn't it much?
It's like, okay,
Let me see if I can just skip around and find this real quick, guys, because this is
Is a certain
then the fact that I got
this is
jump up a little bit. Mag, do
It was
you
interesting.
have an idea of how they would incentivize
to listen to
their developers for having
that, and they weren't sure how that was going to be rectified. And as far as I know, that has not.
Okay, well, I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it, but anyway, so Mag, the guy in the bottom left corner, he said that he had gotten an email from an insider who had gotten some information basically stating that, like, yeah, Blade's development is not going well at all, which kind of seems to track with some of the news that broke today as well. But what I will say is initially I actually did buy into this initially, but the longer I sat with it and I really thought about it, I was like, no, that doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, if you've ever played an Arkane Studios game, regardless of whether the game is in pre-alpha, alpha, whatever stage of development it's in, which, if the game is supposed to be launching in late 2027, like I believe it's going to, and like people were claiming it to, the game has to be in an alpha build by now, I would think. Or at the very least, like late pre-alpha, getting ready to shift into alpha stage. But yeah, it just... Arkane doesn't make slow and janky games. That just, like, yeah, it's their first game that's in third-person perspective. They've only ever exclusively made first-person games. But that just didn't make much sense to me for him to say, like, oh yeah, the game plays slow and janky and it's dog shit. It's like, we're talking about Arkane. They don't make slow and janky playing games. Their games always play very buttery smooth. Some games have had issues, sure. Dishonored 2 on the PC, it doesn't play as smoothly as the first game did. Prey can be a little janky sometimes. Deathloop was like very smooth, and Redfall was like mostly smooth. Redfall had some rough edges on it, but my point is that Arkane, they don't make very slow and janky games. So for this guy to come to Mag and say Blade plays slow and janky, the longer I sat with it, I was like, that's bullshit. There's no fucking way. Mag never got enough shit for this. Mag's an idiot, gets fake emails and says it's from an insider. Well, I don't want to speak too much on Mag personally, because again, I don't know him. I've never met him. I've never interacted with him. He seems like a nice guy, just like surface level. When I watch Colt Eastwood and his XNC, he seems like a nice enough guy. But yes, Tegan, I will say that I think this information he was fed is just very strange. You know, he talks about a Gears of War 2 remake in there. And also the way that he read the email and the way that it's read and that it's written, it just didn't sound right. so that was a big thing. So you've had Mag say that, you've had a couple of people come out, and also what's his name? I think his name was Mike Straw from Insider Gaming, who came out and said that here, let me see if I can find this. Mike Straw, and he came out and had said that he had heard through the grapevine that Arkane was being considered for a shutdown. Arkane Lyon, anyway, was being considered as one of the studios. Yeah, so he said June 15th. Let me see if I can flip this back over again here. Okay. And I don't know if you guys can read that, but I'm going to have it up here anyway. So he said, 2 of the studios I have been told, including getting messages from employees at the locations who are scared, are Compulsion and Arkane. Despite public messaging, many within the studios have expressed real worry and have overheard conversations about the future of the studios. So he said that. And then in response to today's news, he said, I was called a liar when I reported that Arkane was a studio at risk of being shut down. So you had this guy saying it, and then I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it, but there was also a French journalist who came out and said that, like, yeah, Arkane, the possibility of Arkane Lyon being shut down is a lot closer than people think, is what he had said. So all of this stuff just sort of builds and builds and builds and builds, and it builds a lot of stress in me and a lot of nervousness and a lot of anxiety, because I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, nobody is saying anything about it. It's just it's interesting that there was a lot of rumors popping up about that. Now, what sort of counteracts this is some of the things that some of the developers have gone out and publicly stated, in addition to some of the stuff that I have been told, that I know about, that I will sort of kind of gloss over a little bit here. But before I jump into that, let me just kind of catch up with the chat a little bit here. I appreciate you guys being here. If you're enjoying this doom and gloom talk, hit the like button, I guess, or hit the dislike button. It doesn't really matter to me. The developers are the ones that we should really be thinking about right now. But plus, it was the face of that actor who's supposed to be the next Blade. Yeah, Mahershala Ali, Tegan, who is the actor who he was cast by Kevin Feige and Marvel Studios like back in 2019. That's when they announced that movie. It's been 7 years. We still haven't gotten that fucking Blade movie, which is a crime against humanity, dude. Because Mahershala Ali is now in his 50s. He's getting older. Like, he doesn't have like very long before he's going to age out of that role. And it is one of the biggest fuck ups and fumbles that Feige and Marvel Studios have done in the past decade, I would say. It's one of the biggest ball drops, easily one of the biggest fumbles, because how the fuck can you not get a Blade movie out the door? You know, I'll never understand why they never seemingly brought in Ryan Coogler to do it. You know, because he made a great vampire movie. If any of you have seen Sinners, you know that movie's freaking awesome. Sinners is great. Yeah, I'll never understand why they weren't able to get Blade off the ground. So, one thing I will say, and this isn't me glazing Xbox because they deserve all the criticism, but at least they are trying to find ways to save the studios. They could just as easily not even bother. I mean, sure, but I'm not going to give them any fucking credit for that. They put themselves in that position. Phil, everybody talks so positively about, you know, good old Uncle Phil Spencer. You know, he sat on his ass and he let these teams, like, fumble their way through development for 6 to 7 years. You know, as much as I enjoyed South of Midnight, that game should not have taken 7 years to release. And release in the way that it did. If you go and you watch my review for South of Midnight on the channel that I did last year, I go more in depth on that, where they were Phil Spencer, basically he did not tighten the leash enough with the studios. Matt Booty did not tighten the leash enough. Matt Booty has to be one of the shittiest executives I have ever seen, and he has a deep history with Arkane that a lot of people don't really know about, which makes it even more egregious that he's still at Xbox and he's still employed, and he's like Asha's right-hand guy. It's just ridiculous. Anyway, they want to go all in on their big IPs, yeah. It worked with Toys for Bob and Tango, so fingers crossed. That's why I'm not going off yet, because things could still change or develop. Right, and I'll get to that at the end, the fact that we still don't know a whole lot about what's going on. A lot of it's speculation and conjecture right now. But it is still important for me to talk about, because, I mean, shit, it's in my name. I am the Arkane Realm. This is the realm of Arkane Studios focused content. Arkane has meant so much to me over the years, and so yeah, this is a very relevant and important topic to me. You know, they are my favorite studio of all time. I've already lost, when Arkane Austin was shuttered, I felt like I lost a close friend. If Arkane Lyon gets shuttered, which God forbid that happens, but if they got shuttered, to me, it would feel like losing a family member. I already lost a friend. I can't lose a family member. You know, that might sound like an exaggeration, but like that's how much their games mean to me. That's how much I care about that team and those people that made these games that have been so impactful for me on a personal level. Anyway, sorry, I just kind of went off on a tangent there. It just doesn't make any sense. Dinga even said production was going well during one of those recent Dishonored dev episodes. Okay, that's interesting. See, I haven't gotten that far, so I know that Dinga comes on like at least 1 or 2 episodes towards the end, and I didn't know if he was going to speak publicly about Blade in that series, so that's interesting he said that. And Todd Howard said the work looked really good. Yeah, and we're gonna get into that as well. I was watching that episode not thinking much of what Mag was saying until later Fonz was saying. Yeah, I saw what Fonz said afterwards, Tegan, and yeah, Fonz basically, I think, just my opinion personally, I think he hit the nail on the head. I think it just sounded like, it sounded, again, when I listened to Mag read off the contents of the email, it didn't read right. It read like it was written by a 5th grader. You know what I mean? Like, it just, the grammar and the English was all wrong. And I'm somebody who's like a bit of a grammar hound sometimes, so it's like I really pay attention to that stuff. I've watched Colt every week back when Gaz was still the co-host. Mag is obnoxious most of the time. Occasionally he's funny and says things that are right. Yeah, see, and I don't pay much attention to, you know, like Septic Sauce Gaz or whatever his name is. Although I know that he's a bit of a not even a bit. He's a very large personality in that sort of Xbox console war space. Just the whole fucking console war thing is so stupid, dude. Just, I'm not gonna get into that, but, and yeah, Coogler's awesome. I'll never understand why Feige didn't just go to Coogler and say, hey, you do the Blade film. Like, Black Panther was great. Black Panther 2 was great. Black Panther 3 is going to be great of that because Denzel Washington's going to be in it. Like, yeah, just never made sense. The Neo Unknown. I hope I'm saying that right. Sorry, even with my glasses on, it's kind of hard to see. Compulsion has got to go, or they can go independent. And for Treyarch, those who were involved in Black Ops 7's fiasco has got to go. Yeah, see, that's the thing that I don't see a lot of people talking about. We all know that Black Ops 7 was a total disaster last year. Like, it's the first time in a couple of years where Battlefield... Actually, I think it's the first time ever in the modern gaming era where Battlefield outsold Call of Duty in the same year. That's never happened. The only other time Call of Duty was outsold within the past couple of years was when Hogwarts Legacy came out in... What was that, 2023 or 2022 or something? That's the only other time Call of Duty's been outsold by another game. So Black Ops 7 flopped hard last year. And it's wild to me that okay, I said your name right. That's good. Thank you. It's wild to me that nobody is talking about like any of the Activision studios, like Treyarch, Sledgehammer, Infinity Ward, Beenox, High Moon, Raven Software, Neversoft, like all of those, basically like all of the Call of Duty support teams, right? It's weird that everybody's talking about Compulsion, Ninja Theory, Double Fine, Arcane, Undead Labs now as of today. And nobody's talking about any of those other teams. Now, I'm not saying, this is not me saying, I want to clarify this. This is not me saying that I want those teams to be shuttered. I don't want, in an ideal world, none of these teams are even being considered for layoffs or closures or game cancellations. In an ideal world. But Black Ops 7 was such a colossal disaster that it's crazy that people aren't more commonly bringing up, like, yeah, why isn't, High Moon being shuttered, or why aren't they looking at Beenox, or why aren't they looking at Treyarch? And they might be looking at Treyarch for all we know, because we just saw recently, let me find this post here, the studio heads, I believe, of Treyarch just left not that long ago. Let's see here. And I believe they posted this publicly on their Twitter account. I'm gonna have to go back here a ways to see where that's at. All I see is patch notes and all this stuff. There was the announcement of the Black Ops port. Okay, here we go. After an extraordinary 22 years with Treyarch, our own Mark Gordon... Okay, so it was one guy. Our own Mark Gordon has decided to retire from his role as studio head to focus on his next chapter. So this guy was the studio head of Treyarch, but he was with that company for 22 years. And he's leaving just as the news is starting to trickle out of all of these like layoffs and studio closures. So he definitely seemed like he went to grab his golden parachute and get the fuck out of Dodge before anything bad happens. But yeah, so we got that. And yeah, Compulsion, Neo Unknown. I really enjoyed South of Midnight, despite how very obviously and apparently flawed the game is. Again, if any of you are curious, I don't want to talk too much about it because I feel like it's taking away from the main topic of discussion here, but if any of you are curious to get like in-depth thoughts about South of Midnight from me, I did make a video review of the game. It's just under 30 minutes. You can go and check it out on my channel if you want after the stream is done to sort of get my, hey, I just got here, what happens? We're just kind of, we're going over the rumors and the news that broke today, which actually, I don't think, what did I cover already? Yeah, so I covered the news today. Well, actually, no, I haven't even covered the news today. Rumors, right, so yeah, I don't want to trail off too much here, but, okay, Treyarch made Spider-Man 2. Yeah, Spider-Man 2, back in the day, the Tobey Maguire licensed Spider-Man 2 game, that game was peak, bro. It was so good. And you've been waiting for it to come to Game Pass, bro, you're going to keep fucking waiting probably forever, like in perpetuity. There's no way they're going to add any of that shit on Game Pass at this point. They would have already done that by now. It's just ridiculous they haven't. But anyway, yeah, Compulsion, I could see a situation where Compulsion, I could see it two ways. I could see them getting shuttered, unfortunately, because when you make 3 games in 17 years, that's not a good look. And their games have never really performed financially at the level that they should, especially South of Midnight. Now, we had people saying that South of Midnight had a budget of just north of 100 million, like is what Xbox and Microsoft spent on that game. I don't know if I believe that. I don't know how true that is, but let's say hypothetically, you know, that they did spend $100 million on that game. Like, it's still, it just did not perform financially well enough. Like, it didn't sell. It didn't even crack 2,000 peak concurrent players on Steam when it launched. We know that it didn't move the needle for Game Pass. Yeah, Sinnoh, hey, good to see you, man. Dreadful news, though I don't believe it. Yeah, well, I know that you've, Sinnoh, you've spoken to certain people. I have spoken to certain people, but I don't want to jump too far ahead of myself. But yeah, that was part of the reason why I messaged you, because like I don't want to go too far into that. I'm not a rat, is what I will say. I can keep secrets. I've spoken with people who have knowledge of, the development of the game and whatnot. But I'm gonna jump into that kind of a little further in the discussion. But yeah, so Compulsion, I would love to see them go independent, but I don't know. So Compulsion's Contrast was a decent puzzle game that wasn't well talked about, but the game was good for me. Yeah, I've never played it, but I heard it was good. We Happy Few, on the other hand, was one of Deathloop's inspirations, as said by G-Man Lives. Yeah, so We Happy Few had that sort of 1960s, 1970s sort of counterculture art style, like those high contrast colors. And yeah, absolutely. I'm sure that the Leon team looked at that when they were making Deathloop and being like, ooh, that looks great. We should utilize some of that. But anyway, so I've already lost Monolith Productions. I ain't losing Arkane Leon. Dude, Monolith being shuttered, what a fucking... You want to talk about publishers and AAA companies in the games industry that are fucking awful? I'm not going to get into it, but like WB Games, and they need to be thrown into that fucking conversation, because what a shit show. What a circus over there, dude. I really enjoyed Middle-earth Shadow of Mordor back in the day. I still have not played Shadow of War. I've heard it's really good. I didn't get into it at the time, I think probably because it was like at the forefront of the shoving microtransactions into single-player games debate. But I've heard it's great. And then they come out and they're like, hey, we're doing a Wonder Woman game with the Nemesis system. And I was maybe one of the only 5 people on the planet who was like, that actually sounds interesting. Like, I'd be curious to see what that looks like. And then the game gets canceled. It's in development hell. Apparently Wonder Woman went through some development turmoil. We're talking about everything. I think you're I apologize. I've seen your name before. You go by a different name in the I recognize you. You go by a different name in the Discord server, but I do recognize you. Yeah, we are talking about the layoffs. We're basically talking about all of it as it connects to Arkane. So I apologize. I'm trailing off a bit here, so I'll try and get back to my original point. But yeah, Compulsion, I unfortunately I could see a scenario where they do sort of something bad happens to them, but I guess we'll see. This is what sucks, is like, I don't like the fact that we're sitting here speculating about this. I just want this shit to be done. I want it to be done. I want all of these teams to come out publicly and just say, we're getting shuttered, our game's being canceled, or this publisher came in and swooped us up, or we're going independent. I'm just so tired of the fucking rumors and hearsay. And today was like the boiling point for me, where I'm like, I gotta talk about this, because I've kept quiet. I've tried my best not to speak publicly on Arkane being shuttered, the possibility of Arkane Leon being shuttered or Blade being canceled, because it's like, we still don't know. So I'm gonna jump into that at the end here. But what I want to jump into first, so we talked about the fact that the news broke today that Arkane is being considered for closing or potentially going independent, and that Blade might potentially be one of the games that's being looked at for cancellation. So that was like the breaking news today. In addition to the fact that Undead Labs is also apparently being looked at, which is just, it's fucking ludicrous, bro. They come to the showcase and they show off this awesome looking gameplay. Like, State of Decay 3 looks cool. I want that game to come out. I want to play it. It looks really interesting. I want it to be successful. Ninja Theory comes to the showcase and announces Senwa, which is a total shock to everybody. Nobody was expecting that. But now, knowing that they were going to be sold off anyway in the first place, or that they were going to be shuttered, it's like the Xbox showcase this year was basically one big auction, right? Like, Asha and fucking Matt Ass-Cheeks come out and they're like, hey, we are not going to fund your project anymore, but we'd be happy to cart you out in front of everybody to see if somebody else will, like, pick you up and sweep you off your feet and save you. And it's like, it's ridiculous. But anyway, so that, going back to what I was talking about earlier, so we know about all the news and the rumors, but that doesn't take into what it doesn't take into account is what the developers at Arkane Lyon have said publicly about the game. Now, rewind the clocks again. Blade was announced in December of 2023. So we are at approximately 2.5 years it's been since the game was announced. Now, since that, in that time, Arkane, basically, they went quiet. You know, Dinga got on that stage at the Game Awards that year. He said, let us cook. We're going to go quiet for a little while. And that's exactly what they did. So 2024, we didn't hear anything about it. 2025, we didn't hear anything about it. Until somebody, yours truly, December of last year, I came out on Twitter and I had, let me see here. I had put out a tweet basically saying, let me see if I can find it here. I put out a tweet in right around Christmas time last year, basically saying something to the effect of, like, you know, my Christmas wish for 2025 is that we literally get any piece of news about the Blade game. So you guys know that, yeah, here we go. So let me show you guys this. Okay, so I posted this December 21st of 2025. So I tweeted this last year. And this tweet went viral because Dinga Bakaba, the studio head at Arkane Lyon, he responded to this. I'm very quiet still. Okay, so let me... Okay, how is this? Is this any better? You guys let me know if I'm too quiet or if I need to go up in volume a little bit here, but... So I posted this just before Christmas last year, and I said, my Christmas wish this year is to get something about Blade from the Arkane Studios team in Lyon. Please throw us a bone. Confirmation of some kind of gameplay showcase next year, 2026. New concept art. Even a tiny message about the progress on the game would go a long way. On a serious note, happy holidays to the team, and I'm looking forward to what 2026 has to offer. God, I was so naive. Little did I know what shit show 2026 was going to offer. And then, 2 days later, December 23rd, 2025, Dinga responds to this, and this tweet went viral. This tweet was like breaking news. This tweet, my buddy Assassin, who some of you might know, he co-streamed, or he co-reacted with me to the showcases earlier, and you guys have seen him on the channel before in some of the live streams and whatnot, but he said something that was interesting to me, which was that this tweet was the first time Dinga had spoken publicly about Blade since it was announced. So 2 years went by since the game was announced, and Dinga never came out and spoke publicly about it until I tagged him in this tweet. And he said, quote, "The team is hard at work. Everyone is super proud and outdoing themselves. Please be patient. It will be a special game, and we all hope it will be meeting the high standards that we set for ourselves and for you all." And also, I know Dinga's not here, he's not watching, but I love the fact that he threw in the bone emoji, because I said, throw me a bone, man, come on. And you can see, like, look at the amount of replies he got on this tweet. So just Dinga's response to my tweet went viral, and it became mainstream news. Like, Insider Gaming picked up on it, I think IGN picked up on it, Windows Central and Jez Corden picked up on it, I'm pretty sure. So that was the first time we had heard anything like publicly about the game since it was announced. Then later, actually no, prior to that, I made a video on my channel, let me jump over here, where I spoke about how the release date for Blade was leaked. And sorry, I'm just going to mute that. The release date for Blade was leaked as part of a financial document from the French government. And it mentioned a couple of pieces of information in here. And all of this was given to me by an awesome guy that I know called Timur, who, he's not quite an industry insider, but he reports on a lot of news in the industry. And he found this financial report talking about how Arkane's financial statements for 2024 were released. So when Blade was announced in December of 2023 at the Game Awards, it was in pre-production. It had been in pre-production, I believe, for about a year. So they started pre-production sometime in 2022, shortly after they ported Deathloop to Xbox and put it on Game Pass, because it was a PlayStation exclusive when it first launched. DeMarco, good to see you, man. Prey 2, we're never getting Prey 2, man. Unfortunately. Rest in peace. Yeah, Sensoi-san, you remember. So the game was had been in pre-production for about a year, maybe slightly over a year, when it was revealed in 2023 at the Game Awards stage. Then we find out through this documentation that actual proper production, like the actual development of Blade, didn't start until the end of 2024, following prototype validation. So basically what that means is Arkane likely developed a vertical slice of the game to show to Phil Spencer at the time, to show him like, hey, this is what we're going for with the Blade game. And Phil was like, cool, I'm gonna let you guys cook. And then also the fact that they employed 190 people in 2024, and they were still hiring in 2024. So by now they have to be, at 200, maybe just over 200 devs at Arkane Lyon working on this Blade game, because I remember distinctly Dinga had put out some posts talking about positions that needed to be filled. And then we also found out that the game had a budget. The game had a forecasted budget of around, I believe it was 100. So it's in euros here. So 94 million euros it was the budget for Blade. But that translates to roughly about $110 million US currency, which I spoke about in this video. And I had mentioned that when you compare that to another superhero game like Insomniac's Spider-Man 2, which cost upwards of $300 million, which is fucking ludicrous, because I haven't played Spider-Man 2, but anybody who's played that game knows that game should not have cost $300 million fucking dollars. That's insane that it cost that much. But it's emblematic of a wider issue in the AAA industry, which is these budgets just getting way blown out of proportion. So that was the initial starting budget, is something that I'm now realizing, and something that was part of the news that broke today, which was that Blade was originally supposed to launch this year. It was supposed to launch at the end of 2026, but it slipped into 2027. Now, this is where I kind of raise an eyebrow a little bit, because I feel like the game was always supposed to come out in 2027. It seems a little strange for them to be saying that it was supposed to launch originally in 2026. So yeah, so from discussing film, the game is currently eyeing to release in late 2027 after going over budget. So if we go back to what I spoke about, that initial budget of Blade of $110 million, that budget has now likely grown to somewhere in the $150 to $200 million range. And that is likely where a lot of the issues Xbox has are originating from. They don't want to pay that much money for Blade. That's probably where this reaction is coming from, and why these rumors are swirling that they want to look at canceling the game. Yeah, Sinnoh, I agree. Yeah, 2026 was just never realistic. Like, if the game started development... So if the game started full production at the end of 2024, that means that the game has now been in full proper development. Like, they're designing the levels, they're programming enemy AI, NPC AI, they're working on the art, they're actually designing the gameplay, they're actually in the act of putting the game together right now. If it started full development and full production at the end of 2024, what that means is that as of now, the game has only been in development, not including pre-production, for about a year and a half. So by the time we get to the end of 2026, it will have been 2 years. By the time we get to the end of 2027, it will have been 3 years. Deathloop, I believe, was developed with about 3 years of dev time, if I recall correctly, based on some conversations I've had with some people. But so I mean, Arcane Leon, under Dinga's leadership, they've been able to have like a really, in my opinion, a quick development pipeline. So like a 3-year development cycle with maybe about a year or two, a year and a half maybe of pre-production. Like, I don't see what the problem is there. That's a lot quicker than many other studios, at least in my opinion. Maybe that just shows my ignorance, my naivete with the whole thing. But so the budget went over is what a lot of the news is saying today, and this is part of the reason why they're wanting to cancel it. Another reason they could be wanting to cancel it is because, let's be honest, Blade is not that popular of a character. He's not a Spider-Man, he's not a Wolverine, he's not a Batman. So it's like they whoops, let's see, where's the, okay, I'm just gonna run this trailer in the background because it's, I still go back and I watch this trailer all the fucking time, man. It's so good. But yeah, so they, damn, I lost my train of thought. Fuck. I'm sorry. I apologize, guys. I gotta take a swig of my drink because my throat's getting a little dry here. But let me actually see. Can I loop this? Can I loop this trailer at all? Or no? Yeah, I can't loop it. It's fine. It's whatever. It's an awesome trailer, dude. I fucking love this cinematic trailer that they had. But okay, let me catch up on some stuff in the chat here while I try to get back to what I was talking about originally. I've never played Middle-earth or Blood, just the Fear and Condemned games. Even No One Lives Forever is still in IP limbo. Night Dive is still bringing it back. Yeah, Monolith's made some really cool stuff, you know? But if they go independent, then that means Bethesda still owns the IP to Dishonored and Deathloop. Yeah, exactly. Could this mean they could do Arx Fatalis 2 on their own as they did the first in the beginning? No, I don't believe so, because Arx Fatalis... So when Bethesda purchased... when Bethesda and ZeniMax purchased... when they purchased, Arkane Studios back in the day... when they purchased Arkane Studios back in the day, they also acquired the rights to Arx Fatalis. The only franchise that they did not acquire the rights to was Dark Messiah, because that was owned by Ubisoft, and it's part of the larger Might and Magic series. There's a lot of people jumping in here in the chat. Thank you guys so much for being here. Really appreciate y'all. But damn, I lost my freaking train of thought again because I'm just going on and on and on. Okay, let's see. Xbox should have never gotten ZeniMax. Look at what they've done to Arcane. I mean, here's where we have to... That's where we have to get into a tricky conversation, right? Because Bethesda was screwed even before Microsoft and Xbox purchased them. They were bleeding cash because their single-player games, as much as I loved their single-player games, like 2017 was one of the best years for Bethesda for like quality single-player games. They just did not sell. None of those games sold. Prey didn't sell. Wolfenstein 2, The New Colossus didn't sell. Evil Within didn't sell. Dishonored, Death of the Outsider didn't sell. None of these games were selling. So Bethesda and ZeniMax were basically just bleeding cash. So they had no choice but to look for a buyer and get bought out. And it also obviously did not help that ZeniMax leadership pushed them into, hey, we want you guys to focus on multiplayer games. We want you to focus on live service titles. That's how we got Redfall. That's how we got Wolfenstein Youngblood. That's how we got Fallout 76, which the fact that Fallout 76 is still alive, by the way, is a fucking miracle. Yeah, so, and sorry, Patrick, it looks like one of your messages just got removed for some reason. I don't know why. My chat moderation is really fucked. I apologize, guys. Blade should have some of the abilities locked behind microtransactions so it can make more money. All right, you know what? I'm just gonna... Let me see. You're gonna go in timeout for about 60 seconds for posting something so fucking ludicrous. I love you, DeMarco, but read the room, man. Come on. Anyway, You deserve that, to be fair. You put me in timeout so fucking much. Fair's fair. Lights. Hey, man, I haven't seen you in a hot minute. Thank you so much for jumping in, man. And just jumping in to say, I've been told there's a good chance Arkane is being sold rather than shut down, which could mean Blade would still happen. I mean, potentially. If that's what you're being told, that what would be awesome is if you could connect with me on that, because I would love to know where you got that information from. I'm not somebody who's like a rat. I don't leak. I'm not a leaker, right? Like, I'm not a scoop guy, but I have been told things and I know how to keep secrets. So if you want to connect with me about that, great. If not, that's okay too. I totally respect it. I really hope you're right. Me too. The source is semi-reliable, so take it with a grain of salt. Okay. That way, other studios and publishers suffering from layoffs could help swoop up genuine talent like Arkane, and they could still keep their existing IPs. Well, in an ideal situation, none of this shit is happening at all, right? In an ideal world, Phil Spencer would have been making these hard decisions years and years and years ago with some of these teams. And we wouldn't be where we are now. But anyway, I fucking quit gaming if Arkane closed, genuinely. ZeniMax's mandate for multiplayer for single-player studios was the first domino. It was well, yeah, of course. And that's the thing, right? Like, we can look at Bethesda and ZeniMax's decision to push live service on their single-player studios. We can look at it in hindsight and say, yeah, that was bad. But at the time, it probably seemed like the right decision for them to make. I'm not saying I agree with it, but there's, again, the fact is, their single-player games did not sell. They were not selling, which is just a travesty. They were not selling. I apologize. I'm just going to loop this trailer in the background here, guys. It's cool to have in the background, but deleted the prior message due to the... No, dude, you have nothing to apologize for, Patrick. It's all good. And I think you're in my Discord server as well, if I recall. I'm sorry, I haven't seen some of you guys in so long. My life's been a little crazy. Separate from the whole YouTube thing, I obviously haven't had a lot of time to stream or make videos and content, but my wife is watching a World Cup game over at the in-laws with our kids, so she was gracious enough to give me this time. Hi, honey. Love you if you're still watching. Anyway, so let me take another swig of my drink here. I've also just been a total zombie the past 2 weeks, guys. I've just had very little sleep, and I'm drinking the red, white, and blue Monster strawberry lemonade. Anyway, okay, for sure, brother. Hit me up on Discord when the stream is done. It's like 1 a.m. Oh, okay, my bad. Yeah, no worries, dude. I'll hit you up. That's all good. What the hell did he post? Oh, yeah. No, that's a thing with me and DeMarco. That's an inside joke. Like, we time each other out. I'm listening while my butthole recovers. Oh yeah, hey Red. Hope you're doing good, man. He got an insider email. No, like Light. So, Light is a Bethesda content creator who like focuses primarily on Bethesda game studios. You know, Fallout, Elder Scrolls, Starfield, etc. He made a video last year, I believe, about Blade, and he reached out to me to corroborate some of the information that he had been told, which lined up with some of the stuff that I had been told and that I had heard about Blade and whatnot. I can't lie, closing Arkane just seems crazy to me. Yeah, no, it's wild that we're in this situation, right? Like, I shouldn't have to be streaming this, you know? We shouldn't have to be having these fucking conversations, and yet, here we are. I have a lot of people watching the stream right now. Again, just want to say thank you guys so much for being here. If you haven't already, hit the like button, or if you're just pissed about the news, you can hit the dislike button too. That's fine. But I really appreciate you guys being here. And hey, Assassin, good to see you, buddy. Hope everyone's doing well. Yeah. Okay, well, anyway, I'm going to jump back into what I was talking about earlier. So I'm going to pause that. So I showed you guys the viral tweet that I put out last Christmas, and Dinga responded, and that was the first time that any of the developers had spoken publicly about the game, right? And then we get into more recently, where we had, and again, I mentioned this at the top of the stream, but we had the Xbox showcase, right? And Blade was a no-show. Like, I thought for sure Blade was gonna be there this year, dude. I was so confident Blade was gonna be there, and it wasn't there. And so everybody was asking the obvious question, where the fuck is Blade? Why was it not at the showcase? And we had this tweet here just from I don't know who this guy is, just some random account, but June 7th, tell me you're alive, Arkane Studios, please. It's important for my mental health. And then this gentleman here, Jean-Luc Monet, who he follows me. He's a super nice guy, by the way. I've interacted with him only once, but he's just a super cool, awesome dude. He is the lead concept artist, and he is the assistant to the art director, which is Sebastian Mitton at Arkane Lyon. And he replied to this tweet with Walter White from Breaking Bad saying, "Let us cook." Now, this was June 7th. This was the day of the Xbox showcase. He said, "Let us cook." So he responded, and then DeMarco, you tagged me in this. And let's see, let's click on that. Somebody else posted Doom Guy smashing a fork and a knife on a table, being like, "Bro, I'm starving. Let me eat." And he responded with this, like, he responded to a couple of different people. He said, "Let us cook. The game was simply announced too soon, I think. Let us cook." So you had the lead concept artist and like basically one of the heads of Arkane Lyon's art team come out and publicly say, essentially, "Hey, let us cook. We're still working on the game," right? So we got that. Then, more recently, I thought this was super interesting. Here's Sebastian Mitton. He is the art director and the co-creative director at Arkane Studios Lyon. This I thought was interesting. June 22nd, he retweets this post from Idle Sloth about Blade. And this was June 22nd, so this was just last week. Now, this was right around, he retweeted this post right around the time all of this news started trickling out about Arkane potentially being shuttered or going independent or whatever, and Blade being canceled. And I just found it so interesting that if these rumors were so prevalent, like, why would you come out and publicly retweet this or share this post unless the game was still going fine? So this signaled to me that, okay, they are still working on the game, so development has to still be, like, progressing smoothly, right? And, okay, yeah, also, this was, so this tweet was in reference to an Entertainment Weekly article that was published, where some of the Xbox people were interviewed. One of those people that was interviewed was Todd Howard, one of the, like, biggest and most prolific, like, figures in the games. I mean, I don't need to say anything. If you're here, you know that I cover Arkane Studios and I cover Bethesda. You should know damn well who Todd Howard is by this point. I don't need to tell you who he is. But he said something that I just thought was so interesting for him to come out and say this publicly as this news was dropping. Now, he did, obviously, we find out that this was said, like, well over a month ago, but he was asked about Blade. Todd Howard was asked about Blade, and he said, quote, "I am not at liberty to say when we'll see more, but I saw some stuff just yesterday," which, according to the article, was May 21st. So he was interviewed on, if he's saying just yesterday, May 21st, so he was probably interviewed the following, so he was interviewed the following day, May 22nd. But I saw some stuff just yesterday, and the folks at Arkane are doing a really, really great job. Now, I have a bit of a tinfoil hat conspiracy here, and Assassin knows this because we've spoken about this privately. I think that Todd was maybe to a certain extent privy to what was on the horizon. I'm not saying that Todd knows, like, what studios are being shut down or who's going to be affected, but Todd is, like, high up there. You know, he's obviously the head of Bethesda Game Studios, but he has a lot of connections, right, in the industry. So it makes sense to me in my conspiracy brain for him to have a certain idea of what's coming on the horizon. So it almost seemed to me like he went out of his way to publicly say that, yeah, Arkane are doing a great job. Blade looks awesome. I just saw some of the game. It looks great. It almost seems to me, and again, put on your tinfoil hats with me for a second here. It almost seems to me like he said that intentionally to give Arkane and Dinga some bargaining power and be like, look, I said if I'm saying positive things about your game, that should show, because like, look, when Todd Howard speaks, you listen, regardless of the quality of his games, regardless of whatever you think about Fallout 76 or Starfield or whatever the fuck, or however long Elder Scrolls 6 is taking to come out, whatever the fuck you think about that shit's irrelevant. Whenever Todd speaks, people in the industry executives, they listen. So for him to come out and publicly say this, that tells me that Todd was trying to throw Dinga and Arkane a life preserver and be like, hey, I'm trying to tell these, like, Asha and Matt Booty that the game's going well so that you have some bargaining power with the executive team. And again, maybe that's basically bargaining power to argue, like, hey, let us continue to operate. Let us at least ship Blade, and then we can have the discussions about what happens to Arkane Lyon as a studio after Blade ships. That's like my galaxy brain tinfoil hat conspiracy theory. But so we had Todd Howard come out and publicly say this stuff, right? And then Sebastian Mitton, like I mentioned, he retweeted this. He hasn't retracted this. This is on his ex Twitter account. Like, he retweeted this article. So why would he go and retweet that unless he knew that the game was going well, right? Like, that development was still progressing. So that's the other thing. And then we get into a more interesting part of the discussion, which I can't go into too much detail here because I just have way too much respect for the people involved that I've spoken with. But I've spoken with people who have told me that the development of Blade it's progressing, and it's progressing well. Like, Arkane has been working on it. It hasn't run into any sort of issues, seemingly just based off of what I have been told. And again, I'm not going to sit here and claim that I'm some sort of leaker or I'm some sort of industry insider, but a ton of Arkane Studios developers and even former Arkane Studios developers follow me on Twitter, on social media, and a lot of them watch my channel. They watch the content on the channel, right? So yeah, I am not going to disclose exactly who I spoke with, but I have spoken with people who have told me on multiple occasions, like, the game is still coming, it's coming along, things are going great. So that brings us to the final point of this discussion, which is that ultimately I can sit here and ramble and bitch and moan about the fact that we're talking about this stuff. I've heard the same stuff just to back up Arkane. Yeah, and Light, yeah. So that's, again, I'll connect with you afterwards, Light. But all of this bitching and moaning that I'm doing about, like, my favorite studio of all time potentially being shuttered, and the game that I am easily the most excited for in the future being canceled, none of this really matters because we don't know. That is where I have to ultimately park this conversation. As heated as I am over this, and as I'll be honest with you guys, the minute this news broke this morning, I was at work today. I've been stressed the fuck out and super anxious about this all day. My anxiety has just been through the roof, man, because I think Mr. Evil, who I don't know if he's still here, Elliot, but he said it earlier in the stream, which is that it's just whiplash. We were going through this exact same thing last year, where there were rumors of Arkane being closed down, and Blade being canceled. Like, we were going through this same shit a year ago, and now we're going through it again. It's like, I went from thinking they were in danger to being relieved that they're fine after I spoke with some people. And then we're going back to, okay, they're in danger, and then I spoke with people again who are telling me it's fine. And now we're going back to they're in danger again. So I'm just tired of this back and forth bullshit. It's like, so all of that is for me to say that I have to put emotions aside and I have to look at this situation rationally. Which, and the rational and logical fact is that until Dinga or Sebastian or Arkane Studios, like the social media accounts, or Xbox, hell, Asha Sharma, whatever, until any of these studios, until Arkane, until anybody from the team comes out and publicly confirms it, we know nothing. All of this news that is breaking is simply conjecture. It's rumors. It's speculation, right? So I'm really trying not to buy into it because it conflicts directly with some of the stuff that I have heard and that I've spoken with certain individuals about. And yeah, so ultimately it sucks because I hate being in a wait and see mode. I hate sitting in a holding pattern, but right now that is what we have to do. As a community, we all just, and I want you guys to all just do this with me right now. We all just have to collectively just take a deep breath. And the chips, I even tweeted this today, and I can show you guys this. I said, let the chips, and I don't know if you guys can even read that, but I said earlier this morning, let the chips fall where they may, because ultimately none of us have any control over what is going to happen with the layoffs and the studio closures and the game cancellations. None of us know what's really going to happen. So, unfortunately, I'm just going to continue to be in this perpetual state of anxiety until we know for sure what's happening. Now, again, the emotional part of me is kind of caught up in all of this news thinking like they really are in danger. But then the rational part of me that has spoken with certain people thinks like all of this is bullshit. Like they're fine. So we're just gonna have to wait and see, guys. But it's been a lot, and I'm sorry that I haven't been able to get out any sort of video or that I haven't even. I said this at the top of the stream. I did not want to speak publicly on Arkane, the situation with Arkane, because I just wanted the truth to come out. I want to hear it straight from the horse's mouth. That's the only way that any of us are going to eventually get some closure here. But another thing that I want to mention here, and this is the last thing before I jump into some of the chat, because I have a lot of chat stuff to catch up on, is the fact that I have also been told, and again, it just makes sense, right? Because I believe it was the same thing for the Spider-Man games, and it's the same thing for all of the Marvel stuff. You know, the Iron Man game, Marvel 1943, even Wolverine, that Disney and Marvel are... So Microsoft and Xbox are not the only ones that are funding Blade. Disney and Marvel are fronting some of that cash as well. So it's not like it's just Microsoft and Xbox's money at stake. And there is likely some contractual gobbledygook in there in the contract that was signed when this game was greenlit, that if Microsoft and Xbox were to cancel this game, they would have to, if they were going to break that contract and try and get out of that contract and cancel Blade entirely, that they would likely have to pay Marvel and Disney an exorbitant amount of money, right? And that's and that is the main reason, by the way, that that Fable and what's the other one? That Fable and Halo Campaign Evolved are still going to be releasing on PlayStation 5, while Gears, E-Day, and Clockwork are going to be console exclusives. It was said that Asha Sharma, she tried to get out of those multi-platform release contracts for Fable and Halo Campaign Evolved. Basically, she wanted to make both of those games Xbox exclusive again. She wanted to make Fable an exclusive. She wanted to make Halo, the Halo CE remake an exclusive. But in order for them to get out of those contracts, they would have to pay so much money in fees and just like... I'm not a financial expert, but hopefully you guys understand what I'm saying here. So imagine with... You know, and I don't know if Marvel charges just a flat rate for their licensing fee or if they charge more or less for certain characters. Like, basically what I'm saying is I don't know if they charged Xbox the same amount for Blade as they did charge Insomniac and PlayStation for Spider-Man or for Wolverine. I would like to imagine that they probably charged more to Insomniac and PlayStation for Wolverine and Spider-Man. And the only reason why is because those are more popular characters, right? This is all just pure speculation on my part. And I would like to imagine that they charged way less for Blade, because as awesome of a character as Blade is, he does not have that sort of wider public appeal or like the awareness of the character in the public consciousness as somebody like a Spider-Man or a Wolverine. Again, they've been trying to sort of push Blade very gradually in small projects here and there. But so I would like to imagine that they did not pay a huge licensing fee for Blade. So what I'm getting to here is that, in my opinion, it would be best for Xbox to just suck it up, grow some fucking balls, and just pay for the game, give them the money they need to finish it, regardless of whether it's gone over budget or not. Give them the money to finish the game, have them ship the game, and then figure out what to do with the studio. If they want to close them, if they want to sell them off, ideally, or if Arkane can buy themselves out and go independent and potentially just self-publish or link up with another publisher entirely. But it just makes more financial sense to me. You're fine, Light. It's all good. I gotta catch up. I'll catch up on the chat once I finish my point here, guys. But it makes a lot more sense financially to me for them to just say fuck it and just finish the game, especially if it's launching next year. Like, if the game is supposed to come out in November 2027, like I think it is, we're about a year and a half away from the game coming out. So they might as well just suck it the fuck up and just finish the game, because buying out the licensing and the contract with Marvel and Disney, I would argue, would cost them more than it would if they just canceled the game and just wrote off everything. That's my argument. Now, again, I'm not a financial expert. I don't know the details of the contract that was signed when the game was initially greenlit, so I could be totally wrong on this. I want to clarify that. But that is my opinion. I think it's more financially sound for them to just finish the game, ship it, get it out the door, polish it up, make sure it's good to go, and then go from there, right? But it just doesn't make sense, because if it's being claimed that the amount of money they would have to pay to get Fable and Halo out of the multi-platform deal, if that amount of money was too great for them to pay, and they just said, fuck it, we're just going to have to put them out on PlayStation and do that. If that amount of money was too great, imagine how much more money it would be to pay Marvel and fucking Disney. That's what I'm trying to get at here, is like, regardless of whatever the popularity of Blade is as a character. But anyway, that's where I'm going to park that there. So let me catch up on the chat here a little bit, guys. Once again, this is the most people I've actually had in a live stream in a while, which I appreciate all of you being here. I really wish it was under better circumstances, but still appreciate everybody being here and leaving chats and interacting there. If you are enjoying, make sure you hit that like button or hit the dislike if you're just pissed about the bad news today. I certainly wouldn't blame you. It's all good. So anyway, let me take another swig of my drink, and then I need to scroll up and catch up on this chat, because holy shit, you guys have just been going off. Let's see. Sim Cook. Hey, man. Jean-Luc rules. Yeah, Jean-Luc's awesome. If the tax credit thing is true, that they need to release the game before November 2027 in order to get the tax credit, I was kind of not expecting a showcase or reveal until early 2027. Yeah, right. So okay, so let's assume that Arkane gets out of this scot-free, right? That they're still going to be allowed to ship Blade and finish the development. Even before the Xbox showcase this year, I had said that if it doesn't show up here, it's probably going to be a developer direct game. Now, though, with all of this crap, it's like, I honestly feel like Arkane and Bethesda are going to want to separate themselves from Bethesda with the promotion of Blade, or separate themselves from Xbox, for promoting Blade, honestly, because Xbox just seems, they just can't help but like publicly step on rakes and just fuck them over without actually having done anything. Obviously this is still worrying. Best case scenario is Arkane getting sold off to someone who can afford Blade's license. See, but that's the thing though, right? It's like, I don't even think, and again, I say this pure speculation, pure conjecture, I don't think they paid a lot for that licensing fee. Like, Blade is not a huge, he is not a Spider-Man tier, Wolverine tier, Batman tier, even Superman tier character. Blade, and I say this as somebody who has, within the past couple of years, really started to come around and started to really love Blade as a character. He is very much a C-level Marvel character. He's not even a B grade or an A grade. He is a C grade character. And that's not me saying he's a bad character. That's just me saying, like, if we're grading him on a popularity scale, Spider-Man, Wolverine are A tier Marvel characters. Blade is a C tier Marvel character. You know, a B tier character would be somebody like fucking Ant-Man or some shit. I don't know. That's what I'm trying to get at. But yeah, so let me see. Honestly, my trust with Xbox has gone further and further downhill in recent years, especially with the AI bullshit. I'm low-key done if they shut Arkane in a Marvel game, because yeah, honestly, like, you know, they're talking about, Asha is talking about, we want to focus on the big AAA exclusives. Bro, a fucking Marvel game, a superhero game, like, this game, to me, screams surefire hit. Like, this game could sell. Like, it screams seller to me. Like, people, I don't know if they made Blade an exclusive, if people would buy an Xbox for it, because nobody can fucking afford an Xbox right now, because of all the fucking price increases and shit. But, like, my point is that, like, a lot of the games that they've put out have been, like, really risky bets, right? Like, a South of Midnight is a risk. That's not a surefire hit. That's a risky bet. A Keeper, a Kiln, a Hellblade, a Senua, those are risky bets. A Marvel game about Blade, the vampire hunter, the Daywalker, that seems like more of a sure bet. And literally everybody on Twitter has been saying the same fucking thing that I'm saying right now, which is like, if you want to focus on heavy hitter IP, bro, this is your next one that's coming before Elder Scrolls 6 that you can focus on, right? So it doesn't make any fucking sense. Would be shocked if he didn't know. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, ImSim, is like, Todd is somebody who is so high up on a pedestal in the industry that it would be ludicrous to believe that he didn't have some inkling of knowledge of what was coming, like the layoffs and the studio closures. Again, this is not me saying that he knew that Arkane was going to be closed or that they are going to be closed. No, I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is that he probably had some sort of hint or some sort of, like, foresight to be able to see that that was going to become an issue sooner rather than later, apparently. And again, just the fact that he said something publicly positive about the game, about Blade, is that I cannot emphasize enough how huge that is. Because again, I said it before, I'm going to reiterate. When Todd Howard speaks, people sit down and listen. So, yeah. Todd should buy Arkane. He's rich enough. Well, he's not that rich, but Todd could be putting out feelers to potential buyers. Yeah, that's another angle that I didn't even think about. You know, if Arkane is thinking about going independent and they're having those internal discussions with Asha and Matt and the Xbox leadership team, it could be possible that we're looking at a Senwa and a State of Decay situation where Todd said that to kind of help get their game out there to shop them around to somebody else. Potentially, you know, who knows? I feel like Todd would fight in Arkane's corner to keep them alive 100% and keep the studio going. Say what you want about Todd, but that goat cares about his staff, coworkers, events. Yeah, absolutely. You know, as unfortunately as corporatized and as much of a Todd has become much more of a businessman in recent years, very corporatized, but he still has a good heart, seemingly. You know, I like to think that I'm somebody that can read vibes off of people, even if I'm not standing right next to them, if I'm just looking at them on a screen, right? And Todd has always struck me as somebody who he's a corporate guy. He's a follower. He's a corporate guy, but he does care about people. You know, he cares about teams. That's the vibe I get. Imagine Sony buys Arkane and Blade becomes a smash hit. Bro, I messaged this to Assassin earlier. Sony would have the opportunity to do the funniest fucking thing imaginable. Imagine if they bought Arkane. And here's the thing. That's not entirely out of the realm of possibility because they had a really great working relationship when Deathloop was a PlayStation 5 exclusive. They got along really well with the PlayStation hardware team. Like, they really just based off of what the vibes that I've gotten, you know, when I was watching the marketing and doing all that stuff, and they're hyping up all those features, the 3D audio, the haptic feedback, the adaptive triggers, etc., etc. Like, Dinga and the Leon team seemed to have had a really good working relationship with the PlayStation team. So it would not shock me at all if that ended up happening. What does concern me is the fact that PlayStation is going out there and saying, we want to pursue more live service games to, like, revitalize the market. And it's like, oh my god, will you guys just fuck off? Live service is done. It's been done. Drop it. But anyway, if Microsoft are going to be stupid and let Arkane and Blade go, no one on the Xbox side gets to complain. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Yeah. The sold, not shut down message I got was given to me today, by the way. That is the most recent thing I've heard. Okay, interesting. I've emailed back asking for further details and haven't gotten a reply. Okay, interesting. If Arkane were to be sold, who do y'all hope buys? I don't fucking know, man. Just, they need to get out from under Microsoft at this point because this shit's ridiculous. In my eyes, Xbox is sacrificing 5 talented studios for Halo, which has been heavily mismanaged. Fucking understatement. COD, which represents everything wrong with gaming. Yes. And Elder Scrolls, which has been MIA for years. Like, really? Yeah. You know, people are like, oh, we could get more Fallout, more Elder Scrolls games, and more Halo games from this. I'm telling you right now, that shit's not worth it. Because even those franchises, Halo, Elder Scrolls, and Fallout, those franchises, they're not the same franchises we grew up loving, guys. I'm just going to come out and say it. Elder Scrolls 6, it's probably going to sell a shitload of copies, but look, it's probably not going to be as great as it could have been if it had come out years and years and years and years and years ago. That, like, Elder Scrolls is not the same. Fallout is not the same. Whenever Fallout 5 comes out, it's just not going to have that same magic that, like, 3, New Vegas, and even 4 to a certain extent had. And Halo 2. Halo is probably the fucking worst offender, in my opinion. 3, I am shocked, utterly flabbergasted that Halo Studios, which, total fucking joke, by the way, that they renamed themselves. We all know you're still 343 wearing somebody else's skin. Like, give me a break. They have mismanaged the Halo franchise for over a decade, and they're not in the discussions for studio shutdowns. I'm sorry. I am going to be that guy for them specifically. That's ridiculous. The fact that they've pissed on the Halo name, the IP, you know, all the goodwill that IP had. I'd actually be fine if Sony purchased Arkane, because if it happened, Blade would sell extremely well and Microsoft would know they fucked up. It would be perfect karma. It might show Microsoft... Well, Yeah. Give it to Nintendo. You make a good point that I didn't consider. Disney might be like, nah, you're fucking doing this game or paying us million. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? Disney's not gonna let them get away scot-free. Disney's gonna charge them a fucking arm and a leg. And if we know that they can't get out of the Fable deal to put it on PlayStation 5, and they can't get out of the Halo deal for putting it on PlayStation 5, if those deals are that expensive that they can't buy their way out, imagine how much more expensive Blade would be, because it's a Disney-owned Marvel IP. I'm just saying. The buy-in fee was probably super cheap for Blade. The buy-out fee is probably through the fucking roof at this point, is a good way of putting it. I have to imagine more famous characters, Spider-Man, Hulk, Wolverine, would have been charged more than Blade. Yeah, I don't have any proof of it either, Light, but doesn't that make sense, right? Like, you would charge more for your more popular characters, and you would charge less for your less popular characters, you know? But I don't know that. I don't know that for sure. Spidey is a way bigger IP than Blade. Yeah, 100%. Just play Midnight Suns. Blade is in that. Yeah, I started Midnight Suns. I never finished it. I still need to get back to it, but that Marvel film from the 90s who returned in Deadpool and Wolverine. Yeah, exactly. But bro, like, that was... See, this is what's so funny is, like, people forget about Blade, but then the minute Blade is reintroduced to them, it's a hype moment. I remember sitting in the theater watching Deadpool and Wolverine when Wesley Snipes walked out on the fucking screen, dude. Everybody was cheering. That was the most hype cameo in the movie, apart from like Henry Cavill, for me personally. Wesley Snipes as Blade coming back for that was the most fucking hype cameo in the whole movie, of which there were multiple awesome cameos, you know, Jennifer Garner's Elektra, Channing Tatum's Gambit. But it's like, people forget, you know, they forget how awesome he is as a character. So when they see him again kicking ass, even though Wesley Snipes has gotten up there in age, it's like, dude, everybody remembers that Blade's an awesome character, you know? You want to show everyone how much people love Blade? Look up the audience reaction to Blade being shown off at EVO for Marvel Tokon. People demand more Blade. Laro9, hey, sorry, I've seen your name in the chat, and I'm sorry, I'm just now getting around to your thing. Thank you so much for being here. I feel like the reports are also so vague. They talk about closing Arkane. Microsoft probably think about closing Xbox every day. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, there's... And again, that's why we still don't know. So we have to be rational. We unfortunately just have to play the waiting game and see what happens, right? But yeah, even the reporting is very helter-skelter, scattershot stuff, you know? So, I shouted the live stream out on my Discord, by the way, hoping to get you. Oh, well, thank you so much, man. I think most of my members, it's all good. Agree. Also, Marvel need Blade to have something. Exactly. The amount of attention a Marvel game would bring, not just to gamers, but even for people who are fans of the MCU, would still pay attention to a game like this because they've been begging for Blade. Yeah, and so that's another thing that I should talk about, is that the Blade game was greenlit at a time where Feige and the Marvel Studios team were still actively developing the Blade movie. They were really pushing hard to try and get that movie out. And ultimately, that version of the film did not work out. But Blade was greenlit almost on the condition that Blade was going to, like, hey, we're going to greenlight this game, and a year or two after, or like in the same year, the movie's going to come out, and he's going to blow up in popularity, and your game is going to sell boku copies, right? Like, So the game might have even been greenlit on that condition too, you know? That is something to think about. That's something that I've seen a couple of people suggest, but... yeah, agreed. They've been risking so much, but slapping Marvel, the biggest cinematic and comic franchise in history, on a title in your game, instantly and at minimum a good selling game. Yeah, exactly. You know, so here. So if we go back to the trailer, if I show you guys this... So this trailer was posted December 7th, 2023, you know, the Game Awards that year. Look at how many views are here. Let me show you this. Hopefully you guys can see this. Zoom in a little more. Let me see if you guys can see that. Can you see that? 11 million views And I retweeted this post from a game dev on Twitter who said that no other trailers at the Game Awards that year could even get past 4 million. This was one of, if not the most viewed trailer at the Game Awards that year. This trailer had everybody hyped to high heaven. So it is crazy. And also, if we think about, let's just entertain a little hypothetical here as well. If we just hypothetically imagine that every single view from this trailer is a copy sold, then you're looking at 11 million copies sold if we treat one view as one person buying the game. Just purely hypothetically. So, like, 11 million copies could be sold of that. That is huge. That would be huge. Because even I think Dishonored has, like, lifetime sales across the entire Dishonored franchise, I think is barely around 12 million copies. Like, just think about that for a second. Like, that would be crazy. Tim Dog just put out a tweet saying the discussion about Blade is exclusivity and whether it's worth the payout to Disney. He mentioned Arkane and Blade before everyone else. Just FYI, if they shut down Arkane, they have to pay out to... Yeah, and that's what I was saying. Yeah, Tim Dog, I try not to pay much attention to him because he's a weird dude, but yeah, he was one of the people who spoke about Blade and Arkane Studios initially. So, and yeah, I'm sure they're having that discussion, right? They're probably thinking about, okay, if we do continue with this game, do we make it multi-platform, which is what I personally think they should do, or do we make it an Xbox exclusive? If they made Blade an Xbox exclusive, knowing what we know now about how badly their business is doing, like, as cool as it was to see them be like, oh, you know, we're getting back into exclusivity. Gears E-Day, console exclusive. Clockwork Revolution, console exclusive. Bro, you don't have a large enough install base. And nobody can afford your fucking console, is what I realized after the showcase. So making those games exclusive, yeah, it helps the brand image, but financially it's pointless. Because you're basically ruining those games, their chances of succeeding in the open market. Yeah, so anyway. Blade has more views on the trailer than anything other than Test. Yeah, exactly. So it's like, of all the games that Bethesda has coming up right now, this is the one, aside from Elder Scrolls 6, that I would argue people are most interested to see. So this game does have hype around it. Yeah, like, occasionally you have to remind people that there's a Blade game in development, and then they get excited, right? That was what was crazy, is when I put out that tweet last Christmas and Dinga responded and that whole interaction that he and I had went viral, it reminded everybody, like, we're excited about a Blade game from fucking Arkane Studios, dude. That is a dream combo, you know? The MCU Blade film being met with so much controversy due to delays. I actually wouldn't be shocked if Disney want this game out just to sell film tickets. Agreed on live service. Just give me good story-driven single-player games. I'm only 27 and I already feel like I'm getting too old. Yeah, dude, I'm going to be 31 in a couple of weeks. My birthday is at the end of July, which I'm probably going to do another live stream that day as well. But yeah, I feel so old for this shit already. I'll take one mediocre Blade game over 100 amazing Halo games. I can't lie. I'm so uninterested in Halo. Well, Halo's just been so just dragged through the mud as an IP in recent years. It's just crazy. Bring back all the old PlayStation IPs. I just wanted Days Gone 2. Yeah, keep dreaming. Blade's cameo definitely shocked me the most just because Ryan Reynolds... Yeah, Ryan and Wesley, they had beef on Blade Trinity back in the day. I beat Dishonored 1 and Knife of Dunwall and Brigmore yesterday, back-to-back for the millionth time. Good on you, Patrick. Good man. Dunwall City Trials could fuck off. Yeah, absolutely. Assassin, of course. How could I forget Blade Glame, dude? That's the thing, you know? And that's why in our group chat that we have with the Renegade Realm folks, like, you know, Holly has always been the voice of reason, right? Holly, aka that blue number, and it's like, she is right. You know, she preaches that we need to just let this ride out. We don't have any control ultimately over the outcome. We just have to let it ride out and see what happens, you know? But there's no use worrying or trying to get worked up about it. And yeah, Neo Unknown, I had heard about OD, Hideo Kojima's OD surviving the layoffs, which of course makes sense, right? Look, Xbox right now, they already look fucking terrible to the large majority of people. If they canceled a Kojima game, Kojima is one of the titans of the industry. Whatever your opinions are of his games, whether you like them or not, I've never played a Kojima game, so I can't speak about it personally, but whatever you think about the guy and his games, he has been such an influential figure. If you cancel his game, that will make Xbox look infinitely worse than if they canceled Blade or something else, you know. I would argue canceling Blade would make them look really fucking bad, but canceling a Kojima game would just be straight up suicide. And yeah, Lauro, I did see Elias Tufexis, the Adam Jensen voice actor from Deus Ex. Yeah, he posted under a tweet from IGN about the Blade cancellation, "Don't believe the rumors." And what's interesting is I recall him putting up a tweet a couple of years ago saying that he had gotten a role in a major comic book superhero video game. And I just jokingly posted under that tweet at the time, like, you know, the vampire emoji with the sword. But now I almost wonder, like, is he actually in the Blade game? Because that would be really interesting. It's pointless unless it's not in Game Pass. Fuck exclusivity. It benefits nobody besides the multi-millionaire corpos. However, if they were going to do an exclusive game to sell consoles and Marvel, I mean, I guess, but I just think their position is so bad right now that it wouldn't change anything. And that not even for Xbox's sake, for Arkane's sake, the best way for them to ensure that Blade is successful is if they release it multi-platform. I'm just going to straight up say that. I do not think they should make it an exclusive. I do believe that Blade should be multi-platform because that gives Arkane more of an opportunity to make sure that there are more copies sold and that Blade can be as successful as it needs to be to keep them afloat and keep their doors open. We've seen how an Arkane Studios exclusive affected Xbox. We saw how Redfall panned out. Whatever you want to say about the quality of the game is whatever, but they sold it as an exclusive, and it was also one of Xbox's first games to bring their base retail price up to $70. Now, imagine if they made Blade an Xbox exclusive and they charged $80 for it. Versus if they release it on all platforms and charge $70. Which one sounds better to you guys? I know which one sounds better to me, and I know which one probably sounds better to the developers who are actually busting their asses trying to get this game done. So, Theogaff, hopefully I'm saying your name right. I apologize. Thank you for being here. M-Sims are now made by mostly indies or small studios. Now expecting... Yeah, the next Wolfeye game from Rafael Colantonio, that's going to be really cool. I'm very excited about that one. And Red Wolf, thank you so much for the $5 super chat, brother. I appreciate you. Ever play Spidey Web of Shadows or Ultimate Spidey? I did not play Web of Shadows. I did play Ultimate Spider-Man back in the day. Peak. That game is fucking peak. It is so good. I love Ultimate Spider-Man. Keep playing Midnight Suns. I sat with Blade by a pool. We both only wore short shorts. Seriously. I believe you. Yeah, no, I know. I need to go back and finish Midnight Suns because I'm not a XCOM strategy guy, but I was really enjoying it. I've said it before, I don't like exclusivity, but I recognize it's a necessary evil. Going multi-platform is one of the biggest reasons why Xbox is in the state it's in. Well, yeah, absolutely. But I think it's a layered conversation. And this is something that you and I have spoken about, Assassin. I think you and I largely agree about exclusivity. But I do think that it does need to be more on a case-by-case basis. Like, in my opinion, Elder Scrolls 6 strikes me as better exclusive material than a Blade game does. Because Elder Scrolls 6 would move consoles. People would buy an Xbox to play Elder Scrolls 6. I'm not so certain that people would buy an Xbox to play Blade. And that's not me saying that I have no confidence in the game. I have every confidence that this game, if and when it comes out, that it'll be awesome, that it'll be fucking peak. But I don't think that it's a strong enough case for exclusivity there. In Exile will put out Clockwork Revolution and may probably be dismantled. Yeah, that's the other thing, right? Like I'm really excited for Clockwork Revolution. It looks really cool, but it is a new IP. They're taking a big risk and a big swing with that. And making it exclusive that's going to be a real test, because if that game comes out next year and it's Game of the Year material, I mean, you never know, dude. People might buy an Xbox for Clockwork Revolution if it enters the zeitgeist in the same way that something like Clair Obscur Expedition 33 did, where the game is so good you have to play it. I could see that, you know. When I first heard Eric's voice in the teaser, I thought it was Lincoln Clay's voice from Mafia 3. Eric's. Oh, you're talking about the Blade trailer. Yeah, well, whoever the voice actor they got for that trailer is, it's not going to be who they have in the final version of the game, but we don't have to let it ruin our lives, but I can let it ruin our lives for just one day. Yeah, honestly, fuck Xbox, I don't care. I'd rather Arkane survive than Xbox, and agreed, it should be making it available anywhere. Yes, but when Deathloop was exclusive, it sold very well on PlayStation. You have an example where Arkane works, Deathloop, and one where it doesn't, Redfall. Yeah, exactly. You know, Deathloop, I think, also was coming out under some very different conditions. Like, Sony was really marketing the hell out of that game, and it you know, if you knew nothing about Arkane and their history with Prey and Dishonored prior to those two games coming out, and you put somebody who's never played an Arkane Studios game, you give them a trailer for Deathloop and a trailer for Redfall, and then you show them the Dishonored and the Prey stuff, Deathloop would probably look more appealing, because Redfall was such a markedly different game from anything they'd ever made before. And Deathloop just had that established sort of like, yeah, it looks like Dishonored, but it's more of a roguelite and it's more of a first-person shooter. You know, it's more, I guess, easily marketable. I don't know. There's a wider discussion to have there, Assassin, but I never played Midnight Suns. I was turned off learning it was a card game. Is it worth getting? Yeah, that's all good. I'm playing Thief 2 right now. God, I'm loving it. Curious about the remaster by Night Dive. Yeah, there are so many immersive sims that I still have not played to this day. Like, I still haven't played Deus Ex. I never finished Deus Ex Human Revolution. I got it started, and I never finished it. I never played Thief. I've never played System Shock. So it's like, even though I am a diehard Arkane Studios fan, I still have so much catch-up work to do in the sort of wider immersive sim genre. But sorry, I'm getting a text from the wife. Just give me a second here. I hope all of you guys are doing well in spite of the news today. I just, you know, I haven't had the time to write a script or put a video together, so I just figured I would do a live stream just to sort of quickly give everybody my thoughts in more of a, and it might honestly be better this way, right, to do it in this sort of long form discussion format, because I feel like this way I can sort of better, I can articulate my thoughts in real time as opposed to in a video where I record it and that's it. I don't typically go back and re-record lines from a script that I've written for a video, but anyway, so Red, thank you again very much for that super chat, brother. I really appreciate you. Or Starfield. Yeah, well, Starfield is one that, honestly, I'll be honest with you, Red, as time continues to march forward, I just get less and less enthused about the idea of going back and spending hundreds of hours of my life playing Starfield, when I would honestly probably just be happier going back and playing Skyrim again for 100 hours. That's kind of where I'm at with it. Like, I was hoping that Shattered Space was... I was hoping that Shattered Space would be that comeback moment, and it really wasn't. And then Terran Armada comes out, and it's like very minor comeback for Starfield, very brief. But especially now that we know that they want to focus on Fallout and Elder Scrolls, Starfield's done. Like they're not going to do any more DLC. They're going to wind down support on the game, and I would be shocked if they end up doing a sequel at some point in the future. I really would. I feel like Starfield might just end up being a one and done game, to be perfectly honest. Whatever happens, everyone here will have Arkane's back inside the studio. Absolutely, dude. I mean, I would argue that I am Arkane's biggest cheerleader. I mean, shit. Again, it's in my name. I started this channel based purely off of a love for Arkane and their games, you know, and Dishonored and Prey and all of that. I have been constantly cheerleading for them, even in the face of failure, like with Redfall. That game came out, I played it, I enjoyed it, but I also recognized that it had a ton of fucking problems, man. And it was a busted launch, and I totally understood why people were critical of it, and I totally got that. I had fun with aspects of the game. You know, and Deathloop, obviously, I love. Dishonored 2, I love. Dishonored and Prey, you know, all of that. And then Blade, you know, it's their very first game in a third-person perspective. They've only ever done exclusively first-person games, you know? So it's like they have an opportunity with Blade to do something different and unique and really, really interesting. So why does Xbox continue to step in their way and become this fucking concrete obstacle that they have to get past just to put this game out the fucking door? You know? Jack's here on Twitter. Yeah, my brother on Twitter. Rule number 1 of the AAA games industry: don't fucking bother. Yeah, honestly, my brother grew up on the Xbox just like I did, and my brother has been done with Xbox for way longer than I have. Like he's excited about Fable, but then once he plays Fable and gets that, like, he's done with Xbox. Starfield is so misunderstood. I love it, but I love living. Well, I mean, yeah, we're not going to get into that discussion right now, but System Shock remake by Night Dive was a nice one. Never played the. Yeah, I never played the original. I do own the remake. I got it on a Steam sale about a year ago. But yeah, that's one that I need to play, and I know they remastered System Shock 2 just recently, and I need to get into that as well. Let me put some tunes on in the background here for us, guys. I'm gonna turn it down, maybe just a smidge here. Okay, let's see. Oh, okay. Nope, we're not doing that. We're gonna mute the ads on Spotify because I'm not paying for another fucking subscription service. Let's see here. Same to you, Light. It's not a card game. The cards are abilities organized in a deck. That was a terrible explanation by the devs. It is a full-on XCOM Marvel game with a great story and nostalgia. I'll probably make a video on this tomorrow. Feel free to just copy it word for word. Get your bank. No, it's all good, man. I have been trying to get back into making content. It's very difficult, especially with two very young kids. You know, my son is 5 years old, and I love him to death, but he is a real handful, just so hyperactive. And then my daughter is coming up on almost 11 months. She'll be a year old in August, and she's been going through a little bit of sleep regression recently, which is why I have felt like a total fucking zombie straight out of State of Decay, dude. Like, just I felt like a total zombie the past couple of weeks. It's just hard. It's hard to find the time, and it's also been very difficult for me to find the motivation to do it, just because of all of this news happening, and then everything that's going on in real life with the kids and the wife. Like, I just feel like right now that's where my attention is at, and that's where it honestly probably needs to be. But I want to get back into making content at some point in the very near future. I don't know exactly when that opportunity is going to present itself for me. You know, a lot of it comes down to discussions with my wife, right? Like, she's over at the in-laws right now. I guess she texted me saying that the World Cup game that she was trying to watch got delayed. So they're over there right now hanging out, and she has both of our kids over there. So again, she was gracious enough to give me this time and this space and this opportunity to be able to do this live stream and talk with all of you guys. But yeah, it just it's hard. It's just hard for me to find the time. So biggest cheerleader. Oh wait, hold on. I love Starfield, but honestly, they aren't adding enough content regularly enough to keep me interested. I'm a proud Starfield shill, but they need to do more. Yeah, they're not gonna do any more, man. I'm just gonna be straight up with you. They're not gonna do any more Starfield stuff. They're gonna very slowly start to wind that down. So, biggest cheerleader is facts. When I got that Blade info, the first person I hit up was you. Yeah, I know. I appreciated that, man. You also have Persona 3 Reload on Steam, buddy. Bro, if I don't have time to get through like my second playthrough of Resident Evil Requiem, if I barely have the time and the energy and the motivation to do that, what makes you think I'm gonna have over 150 hours to get through Persona 3 Reload? Just genuinely. I sent you a Twitter DM of Rafael Colantonio's response to the recent news if you haven't seen it. Okay, I'm gonna have to look at that. Give me a second here. Added Midnight Suns to my wish list, and yeah, I get it, brother. I struggle with the sleeping and motivation too. Can't imagine having little ones. It's hard, man. And I love my kids. I love them to death. I love my family, but it is difficult. It's very, very hard. So okay, let's see here. Holy shit, this is really jumping around. What the fuck? Okay. Go all the way to the bottom here. Come on. Okay. Okay. Former founder and studio president Rafael Colantonio reacts to reports about the potential closure of Arkane Austin. I really hope this is BS news. Okay, so he was responding to the Tom Warren article. That's... Oh, man. Yeah, it's just... It's just such a mess, dude. It really is. This whole situation. Theogaff, hey, you have a good day as well. Cheers from France. Oh, okay, you're actually in France. And hope one day we shall gather for whiskey and cigars. It's like 3 a.m. there. Yeah, it's... yeah, I appreciate you being here, man. Thank you so much. And hey, you have a good night and have a great rest of your day. And yeah, just really appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. I say that like it isn't 2 a.m. for me. Yeah, dude, you should probably get some... If you ever need to chat or advice or help or whatever about content stuff, never hesitate to hit me up. Yeah, I appreciate that, man. And I'll hit you up anyway about this Blade thing. But yeah, absolutely. I've been wanting to try and reach out to some more of my sort of like Bethesda content creator contemporaries. Just I really like having the discussions with other content creators about like picking their brains about like, hey, like how do you do, your thumbnails? How do you do your titles, your hashtags? Like I like picking people's brains about the behind the scenes stuff because it's not the sort of conversation that you can have with just anybody, Not everybody knows what goes into content creation. Not even me, and shit. I've been doing this for like over 9 years. I've had this channel. And I feel like in a weird way, I almost feel like I've been on this break from making video content for a while, but I think I had an epiphany not that long ago where I finally understood, like, wait, what am I doing? Like, this is what I should be focusing on. Like, I shouldn't be focusing on all of this other stuff. I feel like I just had an epiphany a while ago, but it sucks because I still feel like I haven't been able to I still feel like I haven't been able to capitalize on the that realization moment that I had yet. I haven't been able to capitalize on it just yet. And again, part of that is for the factors that I've already mentioned: kids, family, lack of energy, lack of sleep, lack of motivation, and yeah. So the Arcane Leon team went to bed when the news hit. No, the news. I was at work this morning, and I think it was at about maybe 9 or 10 a.m. in the morning, my local time, when it hit. So for them, it would probably be, sometime in the late afternoon, early evening when the news dropped, would be my guess. Because there's at least an 8-hour time difference there. Please tell me I'm wrong, because that would be so fucked up. Yeah, for sure, man. Anytime you want to pick my brain, hit me up. My Discord DMs are always open. I appreciate it, man. And damn, 9 years? You honestly deserve at least a few 100,000 subs. Well, I did it to myself, right? Like, I've had this channel, and I've been making content on and off for 9 years. I think my biggest issue was that I didn't commit hard enough early on to the channel. If you go back and you watch some of my old videos from like 9 some odd years ago, dude, there was I think a period of time where there was a full 1.5 year gap between videos. Like, that's how often I would put them out. I would procrastinate so fucking hard, and I still do, even right now. I'm coming up with all these excuses, which I try not to. They are legitimate excuses, I don't have as much energy as I used to. I have a family and a wife and kids, but like, I procrastinated so hard. I didn't put enough time and energy and effort into the channel early on when I should have. And that was my mistake. That was my fault. But of course, I can look back now and say that, but hindsight's a bitch, hindsight's a two-faced whore. We all know that. But yeah, I appreciate the sentiment though, Light. I recognized when I started the channel years ago that covering Arkane Studios was going to be a very, very niche sort of center of discussion. My channel's never going to reach hundreds of thousands of subs, and that's fine. This has always been a hobby for me. Would I love for it to be a full-time job opportunity? Oh, fuck yeah, I would love that, dude. And all of the stress that would come with that would be like the best kind of stress that you can have, because it would at least be something that I'm passionate about talking about with people, gaming and the games industry and Arkane Studios specifically and whatnot. But yeah, it's just I made a lot of mistakes early on. I look at my channel in phases. So the first phase was like the first 3 years where I was just kind of throwing shit at the wall and seeing what stuck and kind of just figuring it out. And then phase 2 was the phase where the channel really started to take off. That was when I really focused hard on Deathloop, and I was like talking all about Deathloop when that marketing campaign was going on. And I remember going to sleep one night. I put out a Deathloop video that day, and I was at barely 100 or so subscribers. And I woke up the next morning, I jumped up to over 500 subscribers. I've never had a jump like that since then. It's always been a gradual climb. So where I'm at now, which is at 2.2 thousand subscribers, that was a gradual climb to get there from the 500. And it was a gradual climb to get to 1,000, but it was like a steady uphill increase from there. And then Redfall was like a big thing, And that was the first opportunity I ever got where I still can't believe I got this opportunity. I was barely over 1,000 subscribers. Bethesda reaches out, hey, we're willing to give you a code for Redfall because we're seeing that you're covering the game. Would you like that? I'm like, I'd be a fool to say no to that. But I was also like dealing with a bit of imposter syndrome because I'm like, dude, I have barely over 1,000 subscribers and they're giving me this opportunity. That's wild. So, as flawed as Redfall ended up being, I will always be appreciative of the fact that I was given that opportunity at all. And if I never get another opportunity like that, like, you know, if Blade comes out and they're not going to reach out to me to have me cover it or send a code or whatever, that's fine. You know, I'll still be grateful for the opportunities that I was given. But yeah, anyway, so yeah, so if the news hit here at 10 a.m., it would be 5 p.m. for them. Okay, yeah, so it would probably be, you know, in the evening. Yeah, the lack of uploads will do it. I always say the best way to grow is just consistent content. Yeah, and again, that's been hard for me. You know, I am, unfortunately, I'm a diehard procrastinator. And then on top of that, now it's like with the wife and the kids in the picture, I can't upload and be consistent as I want to be. And it sucks. You know, I was trying a different strategy for a period of time where I was getting out videos pretty quickly. And I'd like to be able to go back to that, but that strategy requires so much patience. And I think if I redid that now, I would approach it a little bit differently. There's some different things that I would probably do there, but yeah, anyway. Like posting even one video a week, the same time and day. Yeah, no, exactly. It just, my situation is just very difficult right now, just because, again, if my kids were older and they were both in school, maybe then it would be a different discussion and I would be able to put out one video a week. But yeah, anyway, I don't want to talk too much about how I'm going to reapproach my video content. I have ideas for how I want to reapproach it and whatnot, but I don't want to get too far into that right now because it's still very early days. I think I just got really lucky. I spent like a year posting nothing but Starfield speculation videos. That's 100% what built my channel. Yeah, exactly, right? So it's like, regardless of how Starfield turned out as a game, whether you love it or hate it, you can be appreciative of the fact that, like, that basically balloons the size of your channel, you know? Exactly. So, and I mean, shit, you have a decent sized channel, man. You got like, what, 10,000, 11,000 subscribers? So, you also have been thinking about branching into talking about other studios like Remedy. Assassin, that was initially a plan of mine for a long time. I have since dropped that plan basically entirely. As much as I would love to be able to cover other stuff outside of Arkane and outside of Bethesda, those videos just never do well. They always do poorly, and so that, again, that's part of a wider strategic overhaul that I'm kind of mulling over right now. But I'd love to be able to make videos about Control Resonant or about Alan Wake 2 or whatever. I'd love to make videos about Remedy because I fucking love Remedy, but I can't. If I want to be able to grow the channel the way that I am thinking of, I can't afford to do that because that's just gonna, the algorithm's just gonna shoot it down immediately. So a whole family will 100% do that, no shame. I don't have a wife or little one, so I get to focus on this full time, and I'm certainly privileged for having the time to do that. Absolutely. And you know, excuse me, kudos to you, because you're at least aware of the fact that you're in a privileged position, right? Like, there are so many content creators who just, like, take it all for granted, you know? And you're still I mean, again, you're a vastly larger channel than mine, but you're still small enough in the 10,000 subscriber range where you're able to look at it holistically and say, like, I'm so lucky to be able to do what I'm doing, you know? And I would hope that if and when your channel gets bigger and bigger, that you maintain that, man, because that's the best attitude to have, you know? You never want to get a bloated ego. Always have an ounce of humility in your bones, you know? Even me, you know, like, my channel has gotten much, much bigger and whatnot just in the past couple of years, and I try my best. I try my absolute best to not take it for granted. If anything, I feel guilty because I'm not able to put out content in a way that serves my audience the way I feel like they deserve to be served content, you know? And I have a fair bit of guilt. Finds out tomorrow you have a kid with a random hookup. Yeah, imagine. But yeah, guys, that's the whole situation with Blade there. I just wanted to get into that stuff. Sorry, I'm just catching up on some Twitter notifications here. Oh, I appreciate the shout out, Red. Red's not here anymore, but yeah, just very very interesting times. Very interesting times here. So let's see. Oh, okay. I'm seeing Tim Dog's tweet now. What Blade has going for it is that the cuts are so big, this game can be salvaged. I think you guys are really thinking about, but I know Paris told you not to listen. Okay, he just fucking rambles and shit. Also, the Sony house, but keep Blade, it will move the needle. If it has to be multi-plat, so be it. They don't want you to listen to me. Yeah, dude, this guy talks like a third grader, bro. Like, he's so weird. At this point, oh yeah, Assassin, you said, at this point I will gladly take Blade being multi-platform if it means Arkane Studios survives. Then Arkane's next IP can be exclusive. Well, that's even if they want to fucking keep them around, but... Oh, Red, you are still here. No, let's talk about Starfield. For sure, this is my full-time job. I heard some streamer with over 1 million subs say it's harder than a normal 9 to 5, and I burst out, dude. Yeah, I forget who. I know who you're talking about. I just forget their name. Yeah, what a fucking joke, dude. Like, I work. Technically, my job is 7 a.m. to 3:30, but it is like for all intents and purposes, I have a 9 to 5. Like, this job would be so much more fun and so much more interesting than a 9 to 5. So, if Arkane do close, though, we'd never see a potential Arkane-owned Ghostbusters game. Yeah, Ghostbusters would be an interesting IP. Anyway, I'm off to bed. Yeah, no worries, Patrick. Hey, thank you so much for being here, brother. I really appreciate you. And hopefully the next time you see this face, it's going to be with good news and not really, really bad speculation. Starfield is great. I will fight anyone who disagrees. Power armor is allowed. He is a drunken idiot. Trust me. Don't even engage with his BS. No, yeah, I believe you. No, I've spoken with Assassin. I know, and I've even just skimmed through his profile on Twitter. Like, I've seen enough to know that he is a very mentally, he is not well equipped. He is not a well equipped individual mentally. He's very odd. Okay, 3 hours ago, but it is interesting to because I'm keeping any piece of news that's dropping right now about Blade, I'm trying to keep up with. So he said 3 hours ago, I'm 51 to 49 now that Blade makes the cut. A little more positive on the voice guy's comments, but the reason why it's hot is because Booty can't keep his mouth shut. Phil 2 at the time. It's all over the world how much they complained. They are never doing another game that's not a IP they own. Lots of unprofessional chatter on the streets, and yes, it's verified. Many things come across my desk. So right now, I'm back on with Blade making the cut, barely after a few combos and texts. Yeah, so I had read that he had said part of the reason they're looking at Arkane and Blade is because Matt Booty, which honestly, it's so hilarious. If this is actually, if there's even an ounce of truth to this, bro, we should all hate Matt Booty more than we already do, but Matt Booty was apparently bitching and moaning for so long about, like, why is this game taking so long? Why are we spending so much fucking money on it? I'm like, bro, you and Phil greenlit this shit years ago, dude, and now you're whining about it? Like, God, I fucking, of all of the executives, you know, Asha at least does what she says and says what she does. Like, she's not beating around the bush. Matt Booty is such a fucking clown, bro. Like, there are very few executives in this business that I genuinely just cannot stand. He's one of them, bro. I fucking cannot stand Matt Booty, dude. Oh yeah, and then I missed this tweet from Julian Evel. I hope I pronounced that last name right. He was a former level designer at Arkane. He reposted the IGN thing about Blade. Incredibly dreadful for studios' potential closure to be treated as some kind of teasing by the whole press and insiders. Fuck this. Yeah, exactly. And this is the thing too, right? Like, I hate that that the media is just running with the shit and speculating about it. Now, granted, like, I'm here streaming and I'm kind of doing a similar-ish thing, but I am trying to take this seriously. Arkane is my favorite game studio of all time. Period. Full stop. So, like, yeah, of course. I'm not taking this lightly at all, the fact that people's jobs could be at risk. But I'm really just kind of taking it more as, like, I just want to pay attention to what's going on. I want to make sure that they're doing all right, you know? Yeah, and then this guy got retweeted. I was recently impacted by layoffs at Assembly, so I am no longer working with Xbox and seeking a new role. Yeah, so he's... man, just a shit situation altogether, dude. Just absolutely terrible. Excuse me. Yeah, and I saw this too from I don't know if any of you guys know who Evan Filarka is. Like, he covers all of the Marvel games, like Insomniac Spider-Man or whatever. He tweeted this earlier, which I thought, I totally forgot about this, by the way. But this just makes this situation so much more fucked. But he said, reminder that Xbox previously turned down Marvel Games' offer to make the Insomniac Spider-Man game an Xbox exclusive. So when Insomniac came to Xbox and Phil Spencer with Spider-Man, they wanted it to be Xbox exclusive, and Xbox said no. Like, bro, the universe can be so hilarious, so cosmically hilarious sometimes. Like, it's just crazy. That game, Insomniac Spider-Man, the first one, then went on to become the highest-selling superhero game of all time on PlayStation 4. If Xbox cancels Marvel's Blade, I will never stop clowning on them. Yeah, 100%. But I totally forgot about that yes, they approached Phil Spencer and Xbox to make that game an Xbox exclusive before they went to PlayStation. Like, that's just so funny to me. And it makes it even more ridiculous that these are discussions we're having about Arkane and Blade. It's wild. And then, yeah, I see this one that you replied to, Assassin from Pigeon Gaming. With the constant upheaval at Xbox, I seriously recommend that you guys pick up a PlayStation 5 or a PC. I'm still going to play Gears E-Day on my Series X, but the Xbox platform feels so unhealthy that I think it's safer if you buy your third-party games on PlayStation or Steam instead. And I mean, I've been a PC guy for like the past decade, so I mean, my whole thing is like, anybody who is interested in getting into PC gaming, you should do it 100%. Like, get out of the console business, because you can play 99% of games on PC anyway, and they're gonna run better and look better. Better graphics, more customization, higher frame rates. Like, bro, the first game that I booted up on my PC when I got it a decade ago was Doom 2016. And brother, let me tell you, running that at 1440p at 144 FPS was a life-changing experience. I will never forget the first time I booted that up, and that was just smooth as butter, dude. It was crazy. Let's see. Holy fuck, a Ghostbusters Arkane game would be insanely good. Ghostbusters, like, Blade as an IP makes sense. Ghostbusters doesn't make any fucking sense. Respectfully to Patrick, like, all due respect, but Ghostbusters should be handled by, like, somebody else. I don't know, not Arkane, but good luck, all of you. Arkane better not die. The Outsider... Yes, The Outsider does walk among us, Neo. I appreciate you. By the way, that Miria girl in Starfield is cool. Don't trust anyone in the Xbox influencer side either. Oh, 100%. And, you know, like, here's the thing. To a certain extent, I get it, right? Xbox influencers and PlayStation influencers, they gotta collect the bag, right? I don't have to like the hustle, but I'm always gonna respect the hustle, all right? But there are certain individuals on the Xbox side specifically that are so like they have no sort of sense of like dignity, if that makes sense. Maybe that's a little harsh, but and I'm not going to name names because I'm not looking to pick fights with anybody, but I have my own opinions of certain individuals, so I genuinely just can't imagine Xbox saying, "No, let's not do an exclusive Marvel game." Yeah, well, they did it back then, and they're trying to do it again right now, apparently, so it's weird. He talks weird, but he knows Gears was exclusive way before anyone else. Like, how? I'm sure he has people inside the building that he knows Assassin, but he just, when the guy talks and writes like a third grader at a third grade level, like, it's hard to kind of take him seriously, to be completely honest. A couple of years ago, when Xbox was laying off a bunch of studios, did you also hear that Arkane was never in the question and Xbox was really happy with how it's moving? That's what I heard, so it's fucking odd that this is all suddenly coming up saying they might be closed. Like, it's such a left turn. Well, no, I didn't hear that, but I was concerned because when the layoffs and the studio closures happened last year, we didn't know whose names were being thrown around at the time. We know now that it was like Initiative and Perfect Dark and ZeniMax Online Studios and Project Blackbird and then Rare with Everwild, right? And they all got hit with layoffs. But we didn't know that those were going to be the studios that were affected at the time. We were just speculating. It was just pure conjecture. Now it's like we've been given an entire suite of studios that could potentially be getting affected. So last year, I was concerned, but I was contacted by somebody that, again, I'm not going to disclose their identity, but somebody reached out to me and was like, hey, the game's fine. Blade is fine. And I'm like, okay, great. And that was an awesome message to receive at the time because I was very concerned. But and Starfield, we're talking about Starfield. I still find your reaction to Matt Booty showing up with COD at the showcase with pure disappointment and hatred ads. Bro, I can't tell you enough how much I fucking despise Matt Booty. He is just a total jackass. And I'm going to tell you guys, I'm going to give you a little bit of background on Matt Booty here and how he relates to the history of Arkane. So, Matt Booty, before he came to be part of Xbox, he was the CEO of a little publisher that some of you guys who grew up like I did in the 90s and early 2000s with games, some of you might remember a little publisher known as Midway. And they originally had the rights to like the Mortal Kombat franchise and whatnot, and Midway did a ton of games back in the day. Matt Booty was the CEO of Midway, and they went... Midway declared bankruptcy during his tenure as CEO. So underneath him as CEO, he drove Midway, which was at the time, one of the biggest gaming publishers in the business. He drove them into bankruptcy, and they had to shutter, and they had to liquidate and sell off all their IPs, which is why Mortal Kombat ended up with Warner Brothers. Well, at the time, there was a developer by the name of Harvey Smith working for one of the Midway subsidiary studios, and he was affected by this and laid off and unemployed. So Harvey has been fucked over by Matt Booty twice. He's been fucked by the Booty twice, which is just ludicrous. Harvey Smith got fucked by Matt Booty when he was with Midway. He got fucked by Matt Booty when he was with Arkane Austin. So yeah, fuck Matt Booty, dude. Can't fucking stand that guy. Just a total cheap asshat, dude. You remember when this guy years ago he said this publicly too, which is just hilarious. You go back and look. He said, you know, we're in a unique position to spend Sony out of the console business, out of the gaming business. We're in a unique position to outspend Sony and PlayStation. Where's all that fucking money now that you bragged about having years ago, Matt? Yeah, he got fucked by the Booty, dude. It's crazy to me. It's crazy, you know? Starfield the GOAT. Xbox also said no to GTA 3 and Destiny. Yeah, exactly. It's like Xbox is allergic to good ideas. Honestly. I think you should buy Arcane. Fuck, dude. If I had like several hundreds of millions of dollars laying around, I would. 100%. I would. Someone clip that out of context. Fucked by the booty twice. Yeah, go ahead. I don't care. I'm so just heated right now. No, we're not talking about Mr. I'm gonna ignore PC has more exclusives than consoles. Well, that's a wider discussion there. It's so funny that you brought up DeMarco and then he like magically reappears in the chat. So just get a loan. Nah, dude, my credit scores, I'm not even in the 700s, man. That's my credit scores not good enough for that. Stop being lazy. Anyway, but oh yeah, I forgot. You're just showing up like I timed you out at the beginning of the stream. Oh man, that's funny. Let's see. This guy, please destroy 343 instead. I do not care about Halo. Sell that IP as a tax write-off if you have to, but spare Arcane. Honestly, based. I love that take. I really do. So, yeah, and then also, so it's not even just their first-party studios that they're looking at, right? Like, they're pulling out of investment with third-party teams, too. So, another story that broke today was IO Interactive that just recently put out 007 First Light, which I want to play. I'm not a huge James Bond guy, but apparently the game's fucking awesome and it's great. I haven't played it, but they were working on like a fantasy new fantasy IP or something with Xbox's publishing division, and Xbox just pulled funding for that as well. So that I also found very interesting. You know, they also pulled funding for John Romero's game a while ago. I think that was last year. I don't remember how recently that was, but John Romero, one of the fathers of one of the co-founders of id Software, he started a new studio and he was making like a first-person shooter or whatever. I refuse to call them Halo Studios. They will always... Yeah, exactly. They're still 343. They still have the same terrible fucking management. They still have the same developers. So all they did was literally slap a new coat of paint on their name. That's all they did. But they didn't change the personnel of 343 in any meaningful way to make me optimistic about Halo. Now, Halo Campaign Evolved, I want it to be good, dude. Halo Combat Evolved, the original release, it's one of the greatest games ever made. It's like easily in my top 10 like favorite games of all time. It's so good. So the optimist in me wants Campaign Evolved to be great, but yeah, man, it's just it's hard to have any sort of confidence in them right now. But yeah, so they did that, and then we also heard that they're like trying to pawn off Undead Labs too, apparently, because they're like, okay, you know, even though we showed off State of Decay 3 at the showcase and it's been, you know, 6 years since it was announced, we don't want to float the bill for this game anymore, so fuck you guys. We're gonna send you off into the ether. You guys can fend for yourselves. It's crazy because the game looks good. They showed, and there's people playing the alpha build right now, like playtesters who are providing feedback to the development team. And so State of Decay 3 is another game that right now it has every single opportunity to be successful, but they're just not. Yeah, I don't know, they're just not floating the bill for it, man. They're cutting a lot of funding to all of this stuff. You know, they're cutting funding to like Game Pass deals with third-party publishers. You know, they're not gonna do any sort of like major stuff there. It's crazy. Didn't you know if you say DeMarco 3 times in a mirror, he appears in chat? It's a known fact. Yeah. I just want a Daredevil game with a good story, or Punisher. Yeah, well, wasn't there a rumor floating around a while ago that Insomniac was doing a Daredevil game? or that they were like prototyping a Daredevil game or something like that. Because let me think about this. So Insomniac did Spider-Man, Miles Morales, Spider-Man 2. We know they're doing Wolverine. We also know that the Venom game, they're doing a Venom spinoff that's going to be about the same size as Miles Morales, so it's going to be like one of those in-between games. So we know that there's a Venom game that they're also working on, and apparently that one is coming next year after Wolverine, was what I read just recently. And then they're also apparently, just based off of that leaked roadmap, because Insomniac got hacked, there was that roadmap saying that they're going to do like a full-blown X-Men game later down the line. So people call them the Marvel Factory for a reason, but I mean, their Marvel games have been great up to this point. So, and honestly, in my opinion, personally, we need more like awesome superhero games. That's why I was so upset when Black Panther got canceled, and when the Black Panther game from EA and Cliffhanger got canceled, and then the Wonder Woman game from Monolith and WB got canceled. I was really disappointed and upset about that, because it's like, bro, we need more awesome superhero games, which is why we need Blade, dude. It's like, and not even just Blade. If we're looking at Marvel holistically, where the fuck is the EA Motive Iron Man game from the Dead Space remake devs? Like, where is that game at? I want to see that game. I want to play that game, because, like, I haven't played the Dead Space remake. It's still on my backlog, but I hear it's awesome. And then Motive go and announce an Iron Man game? Like, dude, sign me up. I'm down for that. And then where the fuck's 1943 Rise of Hydra? Like, Amy Hennig and Skydance are taking their sweet-ass time with that, too. And so, yeah, so it's like, I want to play all of these games. I am like part of the target audience for that, I consider myself part of the target audience. I want to play those games, but they just keep getting canceled. Like, they keep greenlighting these projects, and then they realize, no, it's in pre-production for too long. It's just not worth the risk. We've burnt so much money on this. That was the case with Black Panther, but yeah. Anyway, so. I want id to make a Spawn game. Yeah. If Xbox does close down Arcane, emphasize on if. Are you never playing Xbox games again? Halo, Gears, etc. Well, that's a hard question for me to answer now. Like, I have so much love for Halo and Gears, at least what those franchises used to be. Gears E-Day is the first time I'm seeing a new entry from either of those franchises and being like, this has the potential to live up to the quality of the original trilogy, Halo is something that I could very easily just move on from, to be perfectly honest. I'm very happy to just go back to the Halo Master Chief Collection and just play all of the really awesome Bungie games. Like, that's it for me. Gears of War is the one that, like, that one would be that would be hard. I don't know, truth be told, that I would be able to fully walk away from the Xbox studios just out of stubbornness, like, yeah, I don't know. That's such a multifaceted question, but I want a classic zombie 1960s focused RPG zombie game based on the classic. Oh yeah, George Romero's Night of the Living Dead. Yeah, that'd be cool. id Software Punisher. I mean, yeah, you think about how much of a great fit Blade is with Arcane, and how similarly it would probably play to like a Dishonored, just in third person. And you think about Doom, how violent, how gory it is, and you think about how just over the top. I feel like id would be a perfect match for Punisher, for an IP. But now that we know all this stuff going with Blade, it's like, and Punisher is a really popular character right now. He's about to be in the new Spider-Man movie, so it's like, Xbox has clearly shown that they don't want to foot the bill for Blade. So it's like, do you really think they would foot the bill for Punisher when he's arguably an even more popular character right now? And they would probably have to pay even more for him. It'd be tricky. Insomniac Games are the GOATs. They're also doing another Ratchet & Clank game. Yeah, they haven't stopped doing Ratchet & Clank, which is good. That Insomniac Daredevil was sadly just a rumor. Oh, okay, that's a shame. Because there's a big Daredevil in the hand Easter egg in Spider-Man 2. I thought Spider-Man 2's story sucked, which is why I'm really optimistic about Wolverine. Yeah, that's whatever. I still need to finish Miles Morales. I finished the first Spider-Man. It was really good. Especially that story was great. It was so good. But yeah, I have heard that Spider-Man 2's story, you know, I've seen some of the memes, you know, like Jawline, Mary Jane Watson, and like the fridge falling on Peter, and the whole Venom stuff and whatnot. Like, yeah, because I know they cut a lot of content from the game too. So yeah, I've heard. I still want to play Spider-Man 2 at some point though, just to say I played through it, just to experience it. So, bro, I want to see Marvel Rise of Hydra. Bro, same, dude. I like that trailer that came out, and just the story idea behind it. Like, yeah, it's Captain America in World War II, but it's also T'Challa's like great grandfather or something like that. So it's like it's not even T'Challa's Black Panther. It's like the previous Black Panther. So it's just it's a really cool idea narratively for that game. So I want to see how that pans out. Mary John, yeah. Personally, I'm already at the point where I don't know if the next Xbox. Well, yeah, of course. I mean, if you're already on PC, there's no reason for you to. That's the thing. I have no reason to buy an Xbox console because they're gonna continue to put their games on Steam and PC. And it's not like they're not in the same situation that PlayStation is in. PlayStation is doing way better financially than Xbox and Microsoft are. So they, whether you agree or disagree with it, doesn't matter. They were in a better financial position to say, hey, we're going to take our games off of PC, and it's not going to be any big loss for us. Whether you agree or disagree with that is irrelevant. That's just an objective fact. Xbox brings in so much money from their games on PC, on Steam, they cannot afford to cut that revenue stream off completely. They just can't. They're making too much money from that, you know? So they're going to continue to release their games on PC, and that's fine. So I get the best of both worlds. I recognize that I'm in a very privileged position. I have a PC, so if an Xbox game like Blade comes out that I'm excited for, I can play it on PC, and I have a PS5 in the living room when I want to play Wolverine, or if I want to play, Saros or whatever, you know. If they kill off Arkane, it'll 100% be the nail in the coffin. It's gonna be, yeah, it's gonna be very difficult. I'll just get a Steam machine, yeah. Yeah, so I would just as soon recommend you just get a PC, dude, at this point. But also, it's like, you can't, I wouldn't be able to recommend at this point that you build one yourself. I think for maybe the first time ever, and I could be wrong about this, for maybe the first time ever, buying a PC pre-built might actually be cheaper now than just building it yourself. If you buy a really solid pre-built PC, even if it has like an NVIDIA 40, like, you don't need a 50 series NVIDIA GPU. Like, you could do with a 30 or even a 40 series GPU. Like, the GPU that I have now, I switched from NVIDIA to AMD because NVIDIA is just way too fucking expensive. And this option was AMD is a little more budget friendly, but this GPU that I got from AMD is basically equivalent to like a 4070 or like a 4070 Super. And I mean, it runs games great in my experience. So it ran Doom the Dark Ages really well. So yeah, you're probably at a point where like buying a PC pre-built would be a good option. But even then, you know, what they're charging for the Steam machine, that is gonna be the cheapest option. But not all games are gonna run equally as well, you know. 100% the first Insomniac Spider-Man was amazing because they got comic book writers to write it. Oh, okay. They wrote it themselves in Spider-Man 2. Oh, okay. Well, that explains a lot. Biggest issue was the pacing. First game was 9.5. Spider-Man 2 was an 8.5. Yeah. Rise of Hydra is T'Challa's grandfather. Okay. The harsh truth is Xbox would go bankrupt if they didn't have PC sales. Yeah, exactly. Like, if they were solely relying on the consoles, they would have shut down a long time ago. Microsoft would have cut their losses and killed Xbox. I am seriously uneducated on PCs, which is why the Steam machine is so attractive to me. And that's totally fine, right? Like, not everybody has the wherewithal or the time or the energy to, like, do that much research on PCs. Before I got my PC, I went out of my way to do as much research as I possibly could, but I had a strong enough desire for it, you know? I wanted to get a PC, and obviously the Steam machine wasn't a thing back then, but PC made a 2% profit for PlayStation, and most of it was Helldivers 2 and Bungie. And that's crazy because Helldivers 2 has made more money for PlayStation on Steam and on PC than it has on the console versions. Like, it has a more established and larger player base on PC than it does on PlayStation, which is wild to think about. But Helldivers 2, that's what Sony and PlayStation didn't understand with their live service thing, is like Helldivers was an exception. It wasn't the rule. And I think they're learning that the hard way with Marathon, because I haven't played Marathon, but Marathon's flopping hard right now, dude. And the fact that Destiny 2 isn't getting any more support, and they're putting all their chips on Marathon when Marathon is barely maintaining 10,000 active players on Steam at any given time. If it's performing that poorly on PC, think about how poorly it's performing on PlayStation and Xbox. If any of you watch Legendary Drops, he's probably, like, easily top 3 favorite content creator for me. Like, he just articulates his points so well, and he's been right about so many things. Like, he understands the industry and these games on a fundamental level in a way that nobody else really does. But he said something recently that I completely agree with, and I truly do think that it's going to happen. I do think Bungie is gonna go bye-bye sooner rather than later. I think within the next year or two, maybe even less than that, I think Bungie's gone. I think Bungie's gonna shut down in the near future. And especially, you know, did those layoffs happen at Bungie already? The 400 or so people that got laid off? Because I was reading some conflicting things that 400 to 500 people, that was like half of their total studio size. So they're losing half of the studio, and they're expected to maintain a live service extraction shooter and put out content in a regular cadence. Like, Bungie's done, dude. The Bungie that I loved growing up, that made Halo Combat Evolved, Halo 2, Halo 3, Halo 3 ODST, Halo Reach, that studio's been gone for a long time. And yeah, it's just a shame, man. We're living in a day and age where these studios that we grew up on, that we have such fond memories for and nostalgia of, they're getting Thanos, dude. They're being snaps. Like, we're seeing them fade away literally right in front of us, you know? I wouldn't be surprised if I legit, and I don't want this to be the case, but I wouldn't be surprised if that next Mass Effect game never makes it out the door. I wouldn't be surprised at all if BioWare gets shut down once the Saudis complete their buyout of EA, you know? Especially because of some of the political stuff, because the Saudis, dude, they don't like the LGBTQ community, and that's well known. And BioWare has been very, very publicly, like, pro LGBTQ representation in their RPGs, you know, whether it's Dragon Age or Mass Effect or whatever. The Saudis don't like that. So it's like, do you really think that they wouldn't let Mass Effect out the door without some very heavy writing and character revisions? You know, which is part of the reason why I think that next Mass Effect game, and the fact that it's still 2 to 3 years off, I don't know that game's getting out the door, man. I really don't. When it's still that far away. And it's spent so much time in pre-production. So much time. It was announced in, like... When was the new Mass Effect announced? Let me look this up. Mass Effect. Not to be confused with Mass Erect, you know, which, when you're hanging out with people like Liara and Tally, you know, that tends to happen. December 10th, 2020. We're going on almost 6 years since this Mass Effect 5 or whatever you want to call it was announced, bro. It's been that long. And we're no closer to that game coming out. But this is like an industry-wide problem, though, right? Like, games are just taking longer. The tech is advancing and games are taking longer to develop. Part of it is the management. It's the execs that are handling these companies. They just overblow these budgets on marketing and all this shit, and there's so much middle management too. There's so much bloat. This is something that a good friend of mine, Jonas, has spoken about a ton, specifically with Bethesda Game Studios. It's half the reason Elder Scrolls 6 has taken this long to develop and come out is because Bethesda Game Studios became too big too quickly. They grew at a rate that they couldn't sustain. And now they're like 500, 600, 700 employees across multiple locations. It's like, yeah, it's no wonder they can't get a game out that quickly. When you have that many people that are going back and forth, you got to go through 3 or 4 different managers before it works its way up to Todd. It's ridiculous. They were much more fast and lean when they were only about 100 or so people, and it was like 3 years between Fallout 3 and Skyrim. Like, that gap between releases, that's impossible to imagine now with where we're at in the industry. It's crazy. So, I've always been a console gamer since the damn Sega Mega Drive, so getting into PC gaming is really intimidating. Yeah, no, for sure. And I'm not judging you for that. Again, Valve, I will say, Steam is easily the best marketplace. It's the best. If you're gaming on PC, you're going to game on Steam because it has the best feature set. It has great customer service, great customer support. They have a great refund policy. And Valve just maintains it really well. Valve and Steam are the only example in this industry I can think of a monopoly that's actually good, that's beneficial, that's positive. It's the only one. It's the exception, not the rule. But yeah. Oh, Sega Genesis. Yeah, I was like, what's the Sega Mega Drive? Never heard of that. I think they're getting laid off next week. Everyone made Bungie a household name is gone and the wrong people. Yeah, exactly. So many studios that have lost their way. Such a shame. Yeah, no, 100%. 100%. And it's... Yeah, man. It sucks, dude. It's this again, the whole situation, it's just completely screwed. All of it. It's all really bad. I don't know where your message went, Assassin. That was weird. I don't know why it keeps getting... Some of the messages keep getting removed by chat. It's not like I have like hardcore comment moderation on these streams or on my videos either. I don't understand why it does that, but I saw briefly what you wrote about like Alan Wake 2. Yeah, Alan Wake 2, man, that you want to talk about development hell, man. Alan Wake 2 freaking that took them a long but that was the reason Alan Wake 2 took so long to come out was for reasons outside of Remedy's control. It wasn't because they were developing the game for 13 years. Yeah, Sam Lake might have been writing and working on the concepts for the narrative and the story for 13 years, but it wasn't taking them 13 years to develop. It was for reasons outside of their control. Didn't Valve announce a $300 increase for the Steam Deck and announce the Steam Machine is $1,400? Yeah, so... Yes, unfortunately. So if I still really want to buy a Steam Deck, but I'm going to have no choice but to buy mine secondhand. I'm going to have to buy my Steam Deck secondhand from like somebody on like Facebook Marketplace locally here where I live. If I have any chance of getting it. And I'm going to have to get the cheapest one. I wanted to get the OLED model, but I'm going to have to get the LCD one with like 512 gigabytes or something like that. And yes, yeah, they announced the price increase, and then yes, Steam Machine without the controller is like just over $1,000, and then with the controller, it's in like the $1,300 range. That's crazy. So, kind of the reason I don't want Obsidian working on a new Fallout game. People in my comments always say they want that, and I'm like, really? Outer Worlds and Avowed were so bland. The folks who made New Vegas aren't at Obsidian anymore. Not technically true. They still have Josh Sawyer, and I think they brought back the lead writer or narrative designer who had left. They brought him back, and he was a lead narrative designer on Fallout New Vegas. They have Josh Sawyer. They just barely brought back Tim Kaine for some unknown project that we still have no knowledge of. So they brought him back. They have Leonard Boyarsky, so it's like they have a lot of OG Fallout and Interplay people there, and a lot of the people who worked on New Vegas. I would argue the biggest loss to Obsidian is that they don't have Chris Avallone, because Chris Avallone unfortunately was falsely accused of sexual misconduct and sexual harassment, and he basically, his entire career just evaporated. Like, people stopped hiring him to write on their projects, and it was a damn shame, because he took the woman who accused him, he took her to court and he won. Like, he had the receipts. He's like, this never fucking happened. He took her to court and he won. But the problem is that controversy became such a stain on him. And it's the same thing that happens in Hollywood, right? With certain actors and whatnot. It became such a stain on Chris Avallone's career and his legacy that people still don't hire him. And it sucks, because he is one of the best writers in the industry, you know? He I would argue is the biggest loss for Obsidian, because, you know, he was one of the reasons Fallout New Vegas was so well written. But yeah, man, just yeah, I think it was Ryan McCaffrey who said that he wouldn't be surprised. He said, I'm paraphrasing a bit here, but he said something today to the effect of, I would not be surprised if they end up turning In Exile and Obsidian into almost like the Treyarch and Sledgehammer to Bethesda Games' Infinity Ward, and they just have multiple Fallout and Elder Scrolls games churning through 3 different studios every like 2 years. And you know, as crazy as that sounds, I really do think that's what Asha wants to do. I think that's where they're going with this. Inevitably, they want to drastically shorten those development timelines. They want to trim the fat from their budgets. They want to be a leaner, meaner game development house. And I honestly feel like that's what could end up happening, to be completely honest. I could see it being a 3-studio system where we're getting a new Elder Scrolls and a new Fallout game every 2 to 3 years, which would be cool if we didn't have to sacrifice all of this other talent for it. That's where I struggle with it. I'm like, is it really the price that apparently needs to be paid for us to get more Fallout and Elder Scrolls is, in my opinion, too high of a price, you know? So it's been fun hanging, bro. Good day for it. Make a video, even if they're 2 minutes long. It's a great outlet for mental health creatively. Yeah, no, I know. I've kind of I appreciate that, Red. Thank you. I've kind of mulled over, especially like very, very recently, in fact, like how I could approach doing more like shorts content. I fucking hate short form content, but that is where like the audience is at. Everybody's on TikTok. Everybody's watching the short form videos, you know? So I have been trying to kind of think of ways of how I can reapproach that until I get back to making like more chunky videos. But yeah, so Obsidian are going to be BGS factories and you will like it. Yeah, that's what I think they're going to end up doing 100%. We can thank fuck-ass AI for the Steam machine being so expensive. Did you see that Valve are apparently upset? No, yeah, Valve's not happy, you know, because they originally, apparently they wanted to charge around $700 for the Steam machine, which would have been much more palatable, in my opinion. They wanted to charge about $700 or $750. But Valve's upset too, dude. Like, they're not happy about the high prices. But they're not a charity either, and neither is Xbox and PlayStation. They can't continue to subsidize the consoles, you know? So, without AI, PS5 and Series X would be at $299. Yeah, 100%. If we didn't have this whole bullshit happening with AI, we would have been seeing discounts, because this is the first console generation where we don't have discounts. Prices have gone up. Prices traditionally have gone down as a console generation progresses. And this is the first time we're seeing the opposite effect, and it's wild. Yeah, man, that's awful. I actually knew a woman in college who I was friends with who told our friend group she was sad the guy she falsely accused was getting out of prison. We all kind of sat back like, wait, you fucking lied about that? And she said, yeah, and laughed. Safe to say we all stopped talking. Good. Fuck her. They think they can just do that shit, bro. It's ridiculous. We need more Elder Scrolls and Fallout. Get Blizzard on it. Acquire BioWare and get them on it. Take over Larian and get them on it. Yeah, and that's the other thing too, right? Like, Asha said that she's not even done with acquisitions. Like, they might go for more acquisitions once the business has become more stabilized, which is just ludicrous to me, because look what happened right now with all these other acquisitions, dude. Like, all of those studios that got acquired back in 2018, all of them are being threatened with shutdowns. It's crazy. We don't need more industry consolidation. And I wish, looking back, I had realized that. Light, would love to have you on the show if you feel like jumping on at 11 p.m. Not saying it wouldn't happen. It doesn't happen, but it's crazy how it'll ruin someone's life. Yeah, absolutely. And no, you don't have to apologize for that, Light. It's all good. So, yeah, I've been streaming for, I don't even know how long I've been streaming for. Let me check this here real quick. I think I've been going for probably like 3.5 hours. I have to have been going for like 3.5 hours by now. It's been a while. Let's see. Where's go live? Here we go. Let's see. Manage stream. Okay, let's see. I don't know if it's actually gonna show it to me or not, but where's it at? Where is it? I don't see it. Oh, okay, there it is. Hopefully I'm still coming through. Here we go. They're going to shut down and sell 5 studios, but they're going to acquire more studios. Did you not hear about this? Yeah, they said that they're considering further acquisitions, which is just insane to me. Honestly, just give me Blade and the Elder Scrolls and Fallout and I'll be happy. There's like a couple of projects that I still... Okay, yeah, 3 hours and 9 minutes I've been streaming. Yeah, there are still a couple of projects that I'd like to see from Xbox Studios, but once I get these projects, I mean, I feel like I'm good at that point. I'd be satiated. It'd be Blade, the Fallout 3 remaster/remake that is probably going to come out next year, would be my guess, and then a prototype remaster or remake. Those 3 would make me very happy. Now, that's obviously not including the games that we already know about, like the Gears E-Day I'm excited to play, Clockwork Revolution obviously, Fable, State of Decay 3, all that stuff. Yeah, whoops, I just clicked on Maddie's video, my bad. I'm gonna watch Maddie's video a little bit later on, I think, but will you sell In Exile and Obsidian Souls to get that dream light? Yeah, that's literally the question that we're having to ask. So if you want more Elder Scrolls and Fallout and you want Blade light, like, basically Xbox is saying, okay, well, if you want those, we have to get rid of these studios and these teams and do that, which I think is ludicrous, because it's not like Microsoft is short of money. And in fact, Microsoft are one of the main companies who have exacerbated the whole AI issue, because Satya Nadella's fuck ass poured so much money into AI, and now he's trying to backtrack from it, and he's not going to experience any consequences from that. It's just crazy. So remember when everyone was excited for Xbox to buy Bethesda? I remember too, dude. But that's the thing, right? Like, hindsight's 2020. Back then, we looked at that as a situation where, okay, they were just coming off of some high-profile flops and failures as part of their live service push. So, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I wasn't optimistic. I was very optimistic about Xbox purchasing Bethesda and ZeniMax back in the day, because I was like, okay, great. They're going to give them the resources to put out the stuff that they're good at making, which is more single-player games. Obviously, that did not fucking happen. All of the good games that they've come out with since, I feel like, were like in spite of Microsoft. I don't feel like Microsoft contributed in any sort of meaningful way, but you know, stuff like Hi-Fi Rush and Indiana Jones, like those games turned out good, but were already in development, you know, by the time Microsoft acquired them, and just, yeah, anyway. I was saying instantly that Xbox buying Bethesda would be awful. I honestly think it's Satya's fault more than Phil Spencer. And remember that one woman who wanted the 30% margins, Amy Hood? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Satya Nadella and Amy Hood had these, like, ridiculously unattainable metrics that Xbox needed to hit. And, again, it comes from a ignorance about an ignorance and lack of understanding about how the games industry operates. Amy Hood is not a gamer. Satya Nadella is not a gamer, dude. They don't give a fuck about video games. Which explains why they make some of those decisions, because if they understood gaming as a creative medium, as an entertainment medium, if they understood the financial inner workings of the games industry, they would have understood that 30% is, like, that's an impossible number to meet. Because even right now, Nintendo and PlayStation at their best, they're not even hitting 20%. They're in, like, the 15 to 18% margin of accountability, you know? Jez Corden is, yeah, Jez has said the same thing, yeah. I can't remember what I thought exactly, but if I recall correctly, I thought it was a lesser of two evils. I was against the conglomeration, I think you meant consolidation, more than the sale. Yeah, but people turned on Phil, at least from what I saw. Meanwhile, he's burning billions on AI. Yeah, exactly. All of this money is being burnt. His AI investments could fund these studios for 6 to 8 years. Yeah, 100%. I don't want to get too far into, like, a deep discussion on AI. I have very mixed feelings on AI, particularly because I work for a tech company that is kind of not like pushing AI, but like at my job I see and sort of interact with AI, I would say, regularly. And I'm with a company that is owned by a certain CEO that is, like, pushing AI very, very hard with another one of his subsidiaries. I don't want to out myself because I don't want to make it look like I'm speaking publicly for that company that I work for. I'm very blessed to have the job that I have, but it's weird because I'm in the belly of the beast, quote unquote. Like, I have very sort of mixed feelings on AI. So I don't want to get too far into that, but that would be a really interesting discussion to have at some point in the future. AI is a plague. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. AI is good for parody. DeMarco and Arkane know what I'm talking about. Yeah, of course I do. Son of a bitch. I partially blame Phil because their plans changed because of AB. Yeah, the Activision Blizzard acquisition, that is the elephant in the room. I think that was the moment where everything started to go downhill for them. But knowing what we know now, and just based off of Jez Corden's reporting, where he said that they were still so far underwater financially, they needed the revenue that Activision Blizzard was generating just to continue to operate Xbox. They needed it. It wasn't just that they wanted Activision Blizzard's revenue, they needed that additional revenue in order to continue to operate. And now we know that any of their games that were flopping were just being subsidized. All of the profits that they were generating from COD, from all the, you know, live service stuff, all of that was subsidizing the losses. So it's like all of the profit they were bringing in was being eaten up by these smaller projects that were just burn cash. It's crazy. I think shutting down or even selling Arkane is just a terrible move. They've proved time and time again they can make awesome games. Now they gave a Marvel title. Yeah, no, for sure. But that's the thing though, right? Like I am a diehard Arkane Studios fan to the day I die, but I cannot ignore the reality that their games haven't sold. There's only 2 games they've made in the past like decade plus that have sold well. It was the first Dishonored that sold extremely well back in the day, but that game was also made for significantly less, and it was a different time in the industry. That has to be taken into account too. But the original Dishonored sold incredibly well, and Prey and Dishonored 2 sold well enough, but they didn't reach that same level that the first. I think the first Dishonored did like. I'm trying to remember. I think it sold like 6 to 8 million copies or something. I could be pulling that number out of my ass, but and then Prey and Dishonored 2 each, they only did about 2 million copies each. So yeah, it paled in comparison. And then Deathloop, you know, we still never got like official sales numbers for Deathloop. We know that the game was played. I fucking hate that like Xbox uses this metric of like, yeah, we had like 5 million players or whatever, and it's like, okay, yeah, but that's not 5 million sales. So we don't know how much it sold. We know that Deathloop was played by 5 million players, but how they measure that metric is so fucked, because somebody could just log into the game, sit at the main menu for 5 minutes, and they count as a player. So it's like, did you really reach 5 million players? What I know and what I've been told is that Deathloop was Arkane's most successful game since the original Dishonored, which is good because it's like they needed that success. I don't know exactly how successful. I think it was like 2 to 4 million copies or something. I could be wrong about that, but that was what I recall last hearing or reading about it. And so it makes sense, right? Because that game was marketed as a PlayStation exclusive. The PlayStation 5 was just barely coming out. So they had some serious marketing push behind it, and it was more of a first-person shooter than Dishonored was. So, yeah, it did very well for them, which I find, which is another reason why I find it even more perplexing that they're considering Arkane as a studio to close. Because if Deathloop did so well, you know, I could kind of see it, because it's like Arkane doesn't have a live service game that's bringing in consistent revenue. And it's been, you know, this September will be the 5th anniversary of Deathloop's release. It's already been almost 5 years since Deathloop came out, which is crazy because I remember it like it was just yesterday. But so you know, it's taken them a while to get Blade going and to get their next game out the door. So, I mean, I understand from a certain perspective the business rationale behind it, but I also think that Arkane carries such a good reputation that, like, getting rid of them would just be a huge blow. Just huge. There was another thing. I remember reading an article a while back talking about how Dishonored 2 cost Bethesda more to develop than Skyrim did. And Skyrim was about like 80 to 100 million, I think. And Dishonored 2 was somewhere around 150 million to develop. So Dishonored 2 cost more to develop than Skyrim. And even though the game did well, it just didn't sell enough. Like Arkane, I forget who did this interview, but it must have been like a former developer. He said that like Arkane, they could have shut down right then and there because Dishonored 2 underperformed. But Bethesda kept them afloat and kept them around because they had such a good reputation within the Bethesda family and within the wider industry as like a really talented studio. That was the only thing that kept them alive back then, apparently. if that interview was to be believed. But yeah, just crazy. So they won't be underwater for too long since AI is going to cause a water short. Don't get me started on that, dude. I live in Salt Lake City, Utah, and our governor signed a deal with what's his name, that bald millionaire or whatever, from the dude from Shark Tank. I forget his name, but he wants to build like a 10,000 plus acre data center kind of further north from where I'm at, and it's gonna, yeah, it's just that's such a bad idea. I'm not gonna get too far into that, but the biggest elephant in the room is putting their first-party games on Game Pass day one, which is killing your business. It needs to stop. All their games undersold because of that reason. I would argue that I think just Game Pass in general, like, is it great for the consumer? Yeah, absolutely. It's a great deal for us, but it's only a great deal for us if you don't think about the repercussions, you know? There are these Xbox influencers who have said for so long, oh, you know, Game Pass is sustainable. It brings in, like, $5 billion in revenue for them. And it's like, okay, well, that's revenue. Revenue is not the same as profit, and it is clearly not generating enough profit to be a sustainable business model. I would argue that Game Pass was a bad idea from the get-go. Trying to chase the subscription service model, I would argue, was always a bad idea. Again, it was good for the consumer, but now we're looking at how now we're seeing all these years later how it's playing out, where these games are being developed in a 6 to 7 year timeline, and they're being put out on a subscription service, and people aren't playing them on the subscription service. So not only are they not generating revenue from a normal box retail sale of like $60 or $70, nobody's signing up to Game Pass, and they're not seeing a drastic increase in subscribers from putting these games on Game Pass. So, you know, Game Pass, if they were going to do Game Pass, they should have just made it be like a Netflix style thing, or something where they don't put new releases on Game Pass day one. They put new release games on Game Pass maybe like a year or more after it's already been out, right? Because they need to make the majority of their sales on like retail box copies, just the traditional business model, which is how many units of our game sold at full price at retail, whether that's digital copies, physical copies, whatever. Like, that model should have never changed, and it still hasn't, but it's like Game Pass and subscription services introduced this new wrinkle into it that just made it so much more difficult for these companies to make their money back. Because people can just wait for the game to go on Game Pass, and they can just play it day one, or they don't have to play it day one. They wait for it to come on the service a couple months after the fact, you know? So, anyway. I see what you mean, but a Marvel title, at the very least, see how the first one goes and make it... Well, yeah, exactly. Again, Marvel carries a lot of weight. They've flopped and floundered a little bit in recent years, but Marvel started to get back to quality quite a bit, so... yeah. To be fair, there was some pushback on Insomniac doing Spider-Man until reviews come out. But you can't deny that a Spider-Man game would have sold at least decently. A decent sale of Blade would be more than anything Arkane has ever done just for the Marvel title. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Is Asha basing her decision on everything Arkane has done, or just their last project? It has to be everything. Like, and also, it's not even their last project, because Leon assisted with Redfall, but they were not the primary developers on that. They just helped with like additional art and assets and gameplay assets, but Arkane Austin were the ones who developed Redfall, and we saw what happened to Arkane Austin. So Asha is probably looking at Leon's background and being like, okay, it's been how long since your last game came out, and we're still not getting your next game for another year? You know, these are the things that Asha's probably thinking of. It's like, it's been 5 years since your last game? You know, that sort of thing. Like, if Phil was still the CEO, he would have sat on his thumbs and just like let it ride. But that was the problem, is like Phil wasn't willing to have those difficult discussions with those teams early on, and neither was Matt Booty for that matter. So This wouldn't have happened if we got Prey 2. Yeah, I don't know. The whole Prey 2 thing is just very interesting. But when did Dishonored 2 come out? Because it's important to keep in mind Skyrim came out. So Skyrim was 2011, and Dishonored 2 was 2016. So it was 5 years later. And so it came out a year after Fallout 4. And I think it was even more expensive to develop than Fallout 4. I could be wrong about that too, but yeah. Can't deny that, but if a Spider-Man game isn't great, not good, but great, it would suffer. Spider-Man Edge of Time sold okay, but not enough for Activision to renew the license. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can't, and that's a larger problem in the industry right now. You can't just have a good game. You need to have a great game. You know? Data centers are going to put, 100%. And yeah, and they're building a massive 10,000 plus acre data center, you know, up north in the state of Utah where I live, and it's going to be right next to the Great Salt Lake, and they're making these claims that it's going to have its own sort of like water supply, that it's not going to draw from the state reservoirs, but it's like everybody's calling bullshit on that, and justifiably so, you know? And it's like, bro, we already have so many data centers in so many other states. Utah right now is experiencing, over here we're experiencing one of the worst droughts that we've had in years, and I haven't even lived here my whole life, you know. I was born and raised in Texas, but it's like the drought here is really bad. We have so many wildfires, and so this AI data center that's going to suck up all this water usage, that's like going to make it just 10 times worse. And it's all in service of the AI overlords, you know. This is where I struggle with AI, because I understand why they're chasing this, because this is like the new age gold rush. It was the same thing when the internet came on the scene, and everybody tried to find out like who was gonna get control of it, and the internet just ended up becoming an open market thing basically. But it's like we're in a race with countries like China to be like the leader in AI. So I understand the reasons why they're doing it, but I think that they fail to understand that in AI in its current state is it cannot do the things that they are claiming the things that they are claiming AI can do, or that it's going to be able to do, is not going to happen for another 10 years, 15 years, 20 years at most. And they're claiming it's going to happen now. And it's like we're wasting resources on it when the technology has not caught up. It hasn't developed. AI is still very, very, very much in its infancy. And so for these companies to be pushing it as hard as they are, it's an they're artificially inflating the value of it as a tool. And then you have those dumbass AI bros that are like, you know, they think it could do anything and everything, you know. They think you'll have a hot AI girlfriend or whatever in a robot body at some point in the future, and it's just so dumb. So while I am of two minds of it, while I understand the wide-reaching reasons why they're pushing for AI so much, like particularly countries like the USA and China, I also do agree that it is never, in any reality, it's never going to replace human creativity and human spirit and artistic vision. It's never going to be able to do that. AI can only ever replicate and copy. It can never make something original that is going to be thought-provoking and make you feel something, you know? So, yeah. No, yeah, I can speak on it. Like it's not a big deal. Like I'm not gonna say publicly like what company I'm actually working for, because you know, you can get in trouble if you say like I work for this company and I'm saying this. Like everybody's gonna take it like you're speaking on that company's behalf. So I'm just trying to avoid that issue entirely. But no, yeah, I feel very much the same way. Like I do hope that the bubble not even just pops. We need the bubble to burst, man. Like It's really bad. It's morally wrong to even just use it. Sorry, it just feels like it's causing too much harm than good. I wouldn't say that it's morally wrong, because I won't sit here and lie and say I haven't used it. I've used it, but I've only ever used it for like very menial things. Like, you know, like I have Grok on my X account or whatever, and I'll just ask it like, you know, like, hey, like, what's a good recipe for like this dish that I can use, or what? Like, I use it for super simple shit that would take me forever to like Google and find an appropriate article for, like, what's a good pasta recipe, what's a good pasta dish, you know? It's like I can just ask an AI and it'll give me like multiple things to work off of. But that's a very menial thing. I'm not asking AI to make my thumbnails. I'm not doing AI generated shorts where like there's a kitty crying and like weird shit's going on, you know? Like, I'm not using it for that's where I think there's a moral and ethical issue there, because then it's like, bro, you're just doing slop. When I use it with a purpose. Like, I'm looking for typically I just use it basically for information searches. I use it to find a very particular piece of information. And, you know, oftentimes I would use it in some of my previous videos, you know, looking for information about like Blade and whatnot. And it would present me with an article that I had never seen, and it had like new information in it. And I was like, oh, okay, wow, this is really helpful. You know, it would have taken me ages to find that from just a plain old Google search, you know? So it has its uses. It has its utility, but it's not a all-encompassing thing that these companies are saying it's going to be. So that's where I draw a line there. So, and yeah, what am I drinking? I just barely finished it. It's so obviously America is having a very important birthday this July, 250 years. And they did this Monster Energy red, white, and blue, and it's like a strawberry lemonade that's actually like pretty good. I'm not drinking the 4XP I typically drink, just because I need something that's going to give me a little more kick. Like I said at the beginning, I felt like a bit of a zombie, but okay, my wife just texted me in the head when it's almost halftime. When is halftime? And then I could just check her location right now. I'm sorry, guys. I'll catch up on the chat right now. Just give me 1 second. Okay. Let's see. I mean, putting Game Pass up from like £15 to £25 a month was a major mistake. Oh, 100%. That's why Game Pass sales are going down. Economy sucks everywhere. Nobody. Yeah, it's like the economy here in the States is bad, but I'm sure it's bad everywhere else. I can't speak to everywhere else, but I can say it's really bad here. Like, if I'm spending nearly £30 a month, I'm honestly buying the Sweet Jazz Cabbage before Game Pass. Yeah. Asha is a great speaker, but she's also a Satya puppet. People trusted her too quick. Well, 100%. But DeMarco, it's like, what do you honestly expect from these parasocial Xbox fans and influencers? Like, I think you and I have seen enough of that community and spent enough time sort of adjacent to that community to know that, like, that's just how these people are. They're so desperate for a win, they'll latch on to anything. So, okay. Only focusing on Elder Scrolls and Fallout is a disaster waiting to happen. It's going to go the same way Star Wars went. 100%. 100%. The IPs. So as much as I wanted more Fallout and Elder Scrolls, and you and I even had a discussion about this way back when, DeMarco, where I said I really felt like Todd Howard was getting in the way of us seeing more of those games. But I realize now it's like those IPs are gonna be so oversaturated. They're gonna oversaturate the market. There's gonna be so much Fallout content, so much Elder Scrolls content. You're gonna be so fucking inundated with it that it is gonna be just like Star Wars, where a brand new Star Wars movie comes out in the theaters, Mandalorian and Grogu, and nobody gives a shit. Nobody goes to see it. It's the lowest grossing opening weekend of any Star Wars movie ever, even worse than Solo, and that's saying something. Because nobody cares about Star Wars. Like, Disney milked that cow dry, and now we're just getting like little droplets of stuff, you know? It's, yeah. So it's, I 100% agree. Asha listened to everyone complaining Elder Scrolls and Fallout were taking too long, so y'all got your wish at least. Medina Lake in Texas is basically gone. Yeah, exactly. Right. Like, so, that's the other thing too. Like, Texas is my home state, and yeah, I know that they've built like a bunch of data center stuff down there, and that's, you know, not going well either. Not having a good game, but a great game. Comes down to price, to be honest. Most people would be fine playing a good game if they were still $40 or 40 pounds. But if I'm paying 70 pounds, you're paying game. Yeah, exactly. And especially now, there's even more of a price equation there. Like, that's part of the reason why people were really curious about GTA 6. And it's like, okay, well, now that we know that you're $80, Rockstar, you need to fucking deliver the goods and make me feel like it's $80 well spent, you know? But that's also a wider discussion about, you know, I think we're going to see a lot more of those budget titles, those AA and indie titles, you know. Expedition 33, great example. They sold it for $50. I feel like I got my $50 worth out of that game, dude. Even though I didn't pay for it. Assassin, you graciously gifted me a copy, which I will always appreciate you for that, because that game is just a total masterpiece. That's a perfect example of an executive not understanding what the real problem is. Yeah, exactly. Babcock International in the UK has been working on Skynet for years. It was a joke, but yeah, I agree. Assassin, I'm saving up for van life. Oh, buying an RV/camper van and traveling and living in it in full time, because it's low-key a dream come true for me, and sadly Skynet looks like the only way I'll get Wi-Fi with my job for it. Skylink. Dude, nothing is affordable. I spent $120 on 5 dinners worth of food to cook at the grocery store today. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah, just chicken. Yeah, your basic necessities. It's crazy. All this discussion, we can all agree that we're just fucking hyped for Fallout Season 3. Well, yeah, like, you know, with all of the shitty news coming out, like, they just started filming Fallout Season 3, I think is one of the actors posted on Instagram. And yeah, obviously I'm excited about Season 3. Season 1 was awesome. Season 2 was, like, good. I think Season 1 was better overall. Season 2 kind of felt like... I can't... How do I describe this? Season 2 of Fallout felt like a sort of, like, halfway thing, which kind of makes sense, right? With, like, where they ended on the finale. But it also felt like a missed opportunity and wasted potential. It felt like New Vegas was kind of set dressing. It felt like they didn't do enough with they didn't do as much with the New Vegas setting as they could have, is basically what I'm saying. They were pushing out so hard in the marketing, and it's like, I just feel like they didn't do enough with it, to be perfectly honest. But I'm curious about Season 3. Season 3 is going to be with the stuff that they teased and who we know is sort of like pulling the strings behind the scenes, and I love the lore stuff they're doing with the TV show. I really do. I think the lore stuff is really fascinating. $80 for a code in the box. Fuck off. Yeah, exactly. But shut up and enjoy your new season of Fallout and be happy about it, you uncontributing, product-consuming piece of human garbage. Yeah, stop asking questions, consumer. Just consume more product. You know? Don't ask questions. Simply consume product, then get excited for next product, then consume that next product, then get excited for next product. It's a vicious cycle. So, GTA 6 is actually normally priced in the UK, £70. Oh, wow. Ultimate Edition is 90. So for us, it's actually not too bad. I actually might get the Ultimate Edition. Yeah, well, it's... People are going to pay $100 for the Ultimate Edition. Like, especially if they're blocking off content, you know, which it seems like they are, so... Asha, 2 Bethesda fans. Yeah, agreed. Season 1 was better, but I still love Season 2. Yeah. Season 2 is not bad. It just... I think Season 1 was better by, like, a very slim margin, you know? If they had done a couple of things differently with Season 2, I would have really loved it a lot more, but But yes, agreed. It kind of felt like half a story. I think once the show is finished, season 2 will be looked at more fondly. Yeah. Persona 6 and Kingdom Hearts 4 most likely coming out before Elder Scrolls 6 as well. Yeah. I think as a binge watch, season 2 will be a fun. Well, yeah, and that was another one of the issues, right? Is like season 1 was a full drop. They dropped all the episodes of season 1 at once, which I would argue is the best way to do it. Doing one new episode every week for season 2, for me, it just really, really killed the pace of it. I much preferred when I binged the entire first season with my wife. When we were on like a little getaway trip, we binged the first season, and it just felt more gratifying and more cathartic to like watch each episode consecutively back to back to back to back, instead of watching an episode and waiting 7 days and watching the next episode and waiting 7 days and watch. I don't like that personally. I prefer it when they drop the entire season. But yeah, sounds good. My wife's gonna start heading back with the kiddos here shortly. We got GTA 6 before the Elder Scrolls 6. Yeah, well, Todd wasn't lying when Todd got asked to his face, what do you think's coming out first, GTA or Elder Scrolls? He said, I'm putting my money on GTA. Yeah, that man knew what he was doing. He knew. Like, their game is still a couple of years off. I am in the Elder Scrolls is coming in 2028 team. I am team 2028 for Elder Scrolls 6. That's when I think that game's coming, and I've stuck firm to that for a while. So yeah, binging it 100% felt better. I hate weekly releases. This ain't 2011. Yeah, exactly. So man, I remember watching The Walking Dead like every week back in the day, dude, when I was in high school. Man, I could have been watching something more interesting like Breaking Bad. You know, it's funny. Here, I'm just checking some stuff out. Okay. Yeah, this whole thing with IOI is crazy. Xbox confirms to Bloomberg that it is pulled out of IO Interactive's Project Fantasy new IP. And then this guy that I follow, this is how you know it doesn't really matter how good your games are, you'll still get fucked over. 007 First Light was one of the best games of the year so far, and it's still not enough. Yeah, and that's just where we are, man. It's just crazy. So they want to be the #1 game company in the world, except they're going to cancel and shutter every studio that's not making Halo, Gears, or Forza. Truly, the executives are forward-thinking master planners. That was part of the whole reason they acquired the studios in the first place, right? Is because, like, people were complaining, and I was one of them. I'm not going to sit here and pretend I wasn't. I was one of them, complaining that all Xbox ever does is Gears, Forza, Halo. That's all they ever do. And that's half the reason they bought all those studios and acquired Bethesda and acquired Xbox. That's some of the reason, not the half the reason, I should say. But it's like they wanted to diversify the portfolio. So, yeah, and no, Light, I'm not on Blue Sky. I will refrain from sharing my thoughts on Blue Sky. I'm just not. I'm already like pretty well established on one social media platform. I'm so like inundated with social media content. I don't need any more, and it sucks because it's like a lot of the people that I follow or that I followed, past tense, like basically migrated over to. They migrated over to Blue Sky, and I'm just like, I just can't do another social media platform. I just can't do it. Especially that one, because I have issues with Blue Sky. But it's all good. I mean, you have me on Discord. You have me on YouTube, so it's like, I mean, And honestly, Discord is probably going to be a better way to reach me regardless. So it's all good. I mean, you and I have a method of like messaging back and forth, so it's not like you're missing anything by not following me on social media or whatever. I actually made a short about that, discussing that Elder Scrolls 6 would come later because Todd said, yeah, because GTA 6 would come first. Absolutely. So, oh my goodness, I've been going for a while. I wasn't expecting to actually stream this long. I really wasn't. I was expecting to stream for maybe just like 2 hours and just discuss the whole news about Blade and whatnot. But this has been really good. It's been a really good discussion, I think, and I've really appreciated all of you guys in chat, whether you were here previously, whether you're here currently. All of you guys sort of discussing this news with me and talking about this stuff, Light in particular, man. It's been really good to chat with you, dude. I'd love to be able to chat with you on a more regular basis. But again, for me, it's hard to find the time. Even, you know, DeMarco and Assassin I talk with pretty regularly, but DeMarco's so busy I hardly talk with him anymore. But I just appreciate all of you guys. So now, fair play, brother. I get it. I was the same way, having both Twitter and Blue Sky. Once I ended Twitter, Blue Sky management. Yeah. And yeah, you know, I've thought periodically about like just deleting all of my social media entirely. But I struggle with it because I do keep up with people on there. That's how I get my news primarily, is on X. That's where I get all of my news about the games industry. But yeah, it's all good. So yeah, for sure. Like I said, if you never need to hit me up about content, just DM me on Discord. The best way to reach me. Feel free to link your videos in my server. Yeah, is your I'll jump into your Discord server then. Do you is yours just like open and free to everybody? You don't charge for that, right? Might help you get a couple more views or whatever. I appreciate that. Thank you. Views. Might help me get a couple more views. Yeah, my voice is cracking. Sent another Twitter DM from Business Insider. Oh, fucking hell. Okay, what's going on here? Microsoft plans thousands of job cuts, impacting less than 2.5% of the workforce, around 5,500 employees. That's so wild to me that 5,500 employees is less than 2.5% of the total workforce. It's like, bro, how many fucking people work for Microsoft? Jesus. Including the layoffs at Xbox. The company is planning to announce the layoffs next week, although the exact timing could change. Yeah, I saw some people saying today, tossing around like July 6th is when we're going to find out who's going and who's staying, which July 6th is next Monday. So basically, once we get back from the July 4th weekend, apparently is when we're going to find out more about who's going and who's staying and all of that. So let's see. DeMarco keeps getting tased and beaten up. It's the only way it keeps making money fighting against prison guards. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's free. I'll send a... Oh, okay. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, it's interesting. You know, Microsoft employs 250,000 plus employees. Holy shit. That's wild, dude. No wonder, bro. Less than 2.5% of the workforce, and it's like 5,500 employees is like the max amount you would find at any other company. Man, I just hate layoffs. It just puts... Well, yeah, exactly. Right now is the worst possible time for anyone who has any sort of legitimate interest in getting into game dev to get into the industry. Your best bet right now is staying independent, like being indie or part of a AA team. That's your best bet. Game devs should be staying as far away from AAA as possible at this point. And honestly, I'm expecting to see a lot more devs leave AAA sooner rather than later. I certainly... So here's the scenario that I imagine. Here is my best case scenario. Here's what I am imagining. So you guys just follow along with me here. So Arkane survives this round of layoffs. The studio's kept open. Nobody is laid off from that studio. Because as far as I'm aware, Leon has never had to lay off anybody, which is pretty amazing when you think about it in the wide scheme of the industry. They survive. They finish developing Blade. They ship the game November 2027. It comes out. It's polished. It's high quality. It's one of the best Arkane games ever. It sells millions of copies. Then Arkane uses some of the profit, or maybe even all of the profit generated from the sales of Blade to buy out their independence from under Xbox and Microsoft, and they go independent. Or so that's one thing that could happen. Or Blade still sells well, they generate profit for Xbox, the game does well, and then the other thing that I see happening is Dinga says, "Peace out, fuckers, I'm done." Dinga leaves. Sebastian Mitton leaves. Dana Nightingale leaves. Jean-Luc Monet leaves. All of the major players at Arkane Lyon leave. And then what you have is a shell of a studio that no matter what will get shut down, but it won't matter because all of your veterans, all of the people that made that studio what they are, they're going to go on and they're either going to link up with Raphael and Harvey or they're going to make a brand new studio. Those are the two things that are going to happen because I've had very sort of limited interactions with Dinga Bakaba. He's a super cool guy, and I'd love to interview him one of these days. I'd love to talk to him in more of a long-form discussion format, but he strikes me as a guy who is very, very, very fucking sick and tired of the bullshit from the AAA industry and these companies like Microsoft. He strikes me as the kind of guy that if he's given the opportunity to leave Arkane and poach some of the talent and take some of those people with him, I feel like he would do it 100%. I would just prefer that they get Blade out the door first. Like, if Blade ends up being the last game that Arkane ever releases, and it ends up being, like, so good and so high quality, I do think I would be able to make peace with that. I wouldn't be getting my Dishonored 3 because Microsoft and Bethesda would still own the rights to the franchise. But I would at least get Blade, and I would be happy about that. And if the people that made that studio what it is, and the people who made some of my favorite games of all time, it's really... This is what's difficult, right? Is I don't want to see Arkane get shut down, but I also have to recognize that it's not the studio that's special, it's the people that make the studio special. So it's the same thing with Rafael Colantonio. When he left, I paid attention to where he was going. I still need to finish Weird West, and I'm very excited about the next game from his Wolfeye studio. And then also, just based off of some interviews that he's done, we know that ever since he was laid off from Arkane Austin, that Harvey Smith gathered up some people like Ricardo Bear from Arkane Austin, and he's trying to get his own team and his own studio formed, and he's trying to get funding for his project that he's working on, which is a secret game. Nobody knows anything about it. It's probably going to be another immersive sim, knowing him, but it's like I pay attention to where these guys are going. Even some of the people who left and went on to go to other studios, like I know of at least one Arkane developer who's at Cloud Chamber right now working on the next BioShock. I know of a couple others, like Julian, super nice guy. Julian went and he worked at Crytek for a little while on like Crysis 4 and Hunt Showdown and all of that. Yeah, so it's if Dinga were to leave, which I do think is a very strong likelihood at this point, if Dinga and Sebastian and Dana Nightingale, Jean-Luc, if a lot of the major players were to leave the studio, number one, I certainly wouldn't blame them at all. I'd tell them to get the hell out of Dodge. But number two, I would follow them to the ends of the earth, dude, because yeah, that's how much those people mean to me, even though I've never met them before. That's how much their games mean to me. That's how much the studio means to me, that combined talent that they have to just make those incredible games. So There's a couple folks on my Discord server who work in game dev who are genuinely considering a new career path because of it. Yeah, and I certainly don't blame them. If you want to support indie games, buy Firewatch, one of the best games I've ever played. I've heard Firewatch is good. Yeah, I haven't jumped into it. My backlog is like miles and miles long, dude. It's never gonna stop growing. I pitched a survival horror turn-based game to Arkane, and we agreed it would be PlayStation exclusive. We did not agree on that. We discussed the idea, and I still want to kind of learn more about game dev proper. And a couple of years ago, I wouldn't have been interested in learning how the sausage is made, but now, now that I'm older, now that I'm in my 30s, I'm like, yeah, I do want to know how the sausage is made. I want to see the ins and outs. Like, that's why it's been so interesting to watch that Dishonored playthrough series with Raphael and the devs and listen to them talk about the game. It's been really fascinating. If Sandfall can do it, why can't we? Am I right? Well, we don't know the first thing about developing a game, so you and we need to really brush up on our research and do that stuff. But only studios and publishers I care about right now are Capcom. Capcom's really solid. From Software, Atlas, Remedy, Sandfall, and a couple others. But yeah, I'm caring more about independent studios and publishers as of late. Yeah, absolutely. You know, I really fell in love with Bethesda as a publishing label because they were publishing all of my favorite games and they owned a lot of my favorite IP. But that Bethesda is dead and gone. That Bethesda died pretty much once Arcane and Tango were shuttered and ZeniMax Online's Project Blackbird was canceled. That Bethesda publishing label that I loved over a decade ago, they're gone. They're dead now. And it's a shame, dude, because I like Wolfenstein, Evil Within, Ghostwire, Hi-Fi Rush, Doom, Dishonored, Prey, even Fallout and Elder Scrolls. You know, I don't have the same love for Fallout and Elder Scrolls as IPs as I used to back in the day. It just because Bethesda's just been so gutted of all of their talent and whatnot. Project Blackbird might have even been a game I wanted to try. You know, I was never into MMOs, but that one sounded really interesting. Firewatch is so good, not even just for an indie game. It could have been £70 and I would have been happy with my purchase. Hey, don't lie. They didn't know either, to be fair. You got any thoughts on The Last Ronin? That was a huge surprise. So, like, I knew that they had announced a Last Ronin game years ago, but it was going to be made by the devs who did the Destroy All Humans remake, which just seemed kind of weird. And then apparently that game just sort of quietly got canned. And now they're like reviving the Last Ronin game, but now they have Platinum doing it. And that, dude, Machine Games, Indiana Jones, Blade, Arcane Leon, Platinum Games, Ninja Turtles Last Ronin, like dream combo. That is really cool. I'm not even the biggest Ninja Turtles fan, and I've never read the Last Ronin comic. I know who the Last Ronin is. I got that spoiled for me like long time ago, but yeah, I'm very interested about that. However, it's like, okay, we're in an era now where, okay, you can announce a project, you can announce who's working on it, and until the game comes out, we don't know if the game is even going to happen. We're in that era now where you can announce a game and we don't know if it's ever going to happen. So Jason Schreier said Project Blackbird would have taken heavy advantage of Destiny's absence. Bro, that's the thing, right? Like, Destiny is dying, so somebody needs to swoop in and like pick up the pieces, right? Blackbird would have been perfect just based off of the way it was described. But yeah, so it's wild. So yeah, I've heard the Last Ronin comics are really good. I do want to read them. I have a lot of stuff that I still need to. I just barely finished a Dishonored comic that I've had for years, and it was all right. It wasn't that great. There was another one that I read years ago that was actually way better, but yeah. So yeah, the guys who did Ninja Gaiden 4, Bayonetta, Metal Gear Revengeance, Platinum's made a couple of stinkers, but they've got a mostly like really good track record for those games. But yeah, I'm very keen on Last Ronin from Platinum. I'm very interested in that. All right, well, my voice is starting to get a little hoarse here, and I've been streaming now for officially 4 hours, so I think this is where I'm going to cap it. The last thing I just want to say, because I see we've actually got still quite a few people watching, and ultimately, I'm just tossing this out into the ether. I don't expect any messages to be returned to me, and that's fine. That's okay. But Dinga, Sebastian, Dana, Jean-Luc, if there's anybody from the dev team in Lyon that is either watching this now or goes back and watch this later, I just want to say that I love you guys, and I'm wishing and praying for the best for all of you. And I am very excited for Blade. I want to be able to play Blade. I want that game to be finished and get out the door. And yeah, I'm just, again, wishing the best for all of you guys. You guys are my favorite developers of all time, my favorite studio of all time. You've made my favorite games of all time, the ones that have really left a mark on me. And yeah, just sending all of my best wishes to you guys. And I'm gonna continue to be ride or die, Arkane ride or die. I'm with you guys to the very end. And if this is the end, so be it. But I certainly hope not. So, wow. Okay. Is that actually the Dinga Bakaba? Oh my goodness. Okay. Wow. I speak his name and he miraculously shows up in the chat. Yeah, Dinga, I'm assuming that's actually the Dinga Bakaba. Dude, you don't have to thank me, man. I should be thanking you and the entire team. Like, you guys, I love you guys. Seriously. Like, again, having never met in person, but hopefully, I would love to be able to get the chance to actually sit down and just chat with you at some point, and a lot of other people on the team. But thank you, Dinga, and thank you to everybody at the team. Yeah, I just again, don't thank me, thank you. So yeah, that's awesome that you showed up here, and yeah, again, just sending my prayers, my love, my well wishes, and I'm gonna be eagerly waiting to hear what's gonna end up happening. But again, you guys are gonna have my support no matter what. So that's where I'm going to go ahead and end the stream, guys. But thank you all so much for being here. Again, I wish that I had done this stream under better circumstances. But again, just to reiterate what I said earlier, we don't fully know exactly what's going to happen. So we'll just have to remain calm, remain rational, and just, like I said, let the chips fall where they may. We'll see what happens. But yeah, and to Assassin and Light specifically, I love you guys. You guys are awesome. Thank you all so much for being here. And Dinga as well. Awesome surprise. First time ever having you in a stream on the chat, and it had to be this one. Yeah, so thank you guys. If you enjoyed, hit the like button or hit the dislike button if you didn't enjoy. That's okay too. And subscribe to the channel. I'm hoping to be able to cover Arkane and some of their stuff a little bit more going forward. There's still plenty of Deathloop videos I want to do. I've got some I've got unfinished business with Dishonored on the channel. And obviously, I want to see Blade happen, and I want to be covering Blade and all that. But yeah, anyway, I've prattled on long enough. So love you guys. And yeah, I'll see you when I see you.